Okay, Labar,
Present.
Alfieri,
Here.
Case,
Here.
Zulawaga,
Here.
Neal,
Here.
Path.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, can I get a motion to move into executive session?
I'll move that we move into executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-402-4FI for discussion of a personnel matter and not involving any specific employees who have requested discussion of the matter in open session, any member of this body or any elected official, the appointment of any person to fill an office of this body or of an elected official, or personnel policies that do not require the discussion of matters personal to a particular employees. And the following additional details are provided for identification purposes regarding the acting city manager position and recruitment of a city manager.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Labar.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. I'm just going to hand this to Jeff and excuse myself, okay?
I'll move it. Do we need?
Hearing none, I will let the public know that we have given direction to publish the city manager position. It will be open for 2 weeks to receive applications based on the current position, and HR will be publishing that position. And we'll now move on to the next agenda item. We are going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Rob, if you could put the flag up.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
America, we love you.
Suzanne, if you'd like to take roll call.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Labar,
Present.
Councilmember Alfieri. Here. Councilmember Case,
Here.
Councilmember Neal,
Here.
Councilmember Path,
Here.
Councilmember Zulawaga.
Here.
Thank you.
We now have ceremonies, presentations, and appointments. And we'll start with 3A, and I will let Suzanne introduce that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This evening, we have a presentation of the Teller County's Veterans Memorial by Stephen Roth, who is right here, and his wife, Sue. So welcome to the podium. And they'll tell you a little bit about the project they're working on.
Sue Kochaver, I'm from
Pull that down to you. Yeah, there you
Sue Kochaver, Victor, Colorado.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Robb from Victor, Colorado, a native of Victor.
We're here to present tonight on the Teller County World War II Memorial. Back in January of 2020, we were informed that the wall that was painted on the Monarch Building, the historic Monarch Building in Victor, was being painted over. So a small group of people got together and started raising funds to relocate the memorial to a permanent location on city property that won't ever be painted over again. Historically, there was a wall in Cripple Creek on the Palace Hotel, and it was removed in the early 1970s. And the one in Victor, there were three paintings of that particular wall from World War II to the present. So this was a good opportunity for us to relocate the wall. So we're here today to try to encourage you all to donate to the wall. We started on the original wall, there was 400 to 500 names. We've done a lot of research, and that research was done from World War II scrapbooks of who left for war, plus using Ancestry.com and then military records. And we have almost 800 names now on the wall. That wall will be constructed this summer, and we'll have a dedication ceremony for it. We did bring a picture that we're going to pass around to the city council members. It's going to be, it'll be a triangular shape, 3 granite pieces with the names carved on it. And it'll be in Wallace Park in Victor. And we have to raise about $35,000 with the rising cost of construction. We've already raised $30,000. So we've done real well. Newmont Mining did get us started with a donation of about $12,000. And then we just solicited our local citizens and families whose names were on the wall. We were approached by the Colorado Freedom Memorial, and they were very, very complimentary of our research because we had 4 names on our wall that they didn't even have in their database. So they're going to be adding to their database. So we would really love to have your support. Steve, do you want to say anything else?
That is it, I think. Yes, if we can. Can you speak in Mark would consider a donation of whatever amount. The city of Cripple Creek actually donated $2,500 just recently, and that put us at the $30,000 threshold. But like Sue was saying, the construction costs, we had to actually expand the memorial wall, the granite panels, to accommodate all of those additional names that we located. And so anyway, so now our goal is $35,000. And so if the city of Woodland Park would, and this is a Teller County, it's all Teller County veterans from that were living in Teller County during World War II or at that time. So it does include Woodland Park, Divide, Cripple Creek, Victor, like I said, the entire county. And so anyway, we would really appreciate it if Woodland Park would consider a donation to help us meet that financial goal.
And that's all we have to say.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate you putting us on the agenda early so we can get back to Cripple Creek and Victor before
Yeah.
the blizzard sets in.
You're welcome.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
One, I think this is great that you are securing our history, particularly with what's happening across the country with the removal of history. My question for you is, of the research you've done of the 800 names, do you have an idea of how many of those are actually from Woodland Park, lived here and then served our country and are part of this?
You know, I am sorry because I tried to get that information, and when they were capturing the data, they didn't divide it by areas. It's just Teller County. So I apologize that we didn't have the foresight to mark where they were coming from. So, any other questions at all?
I don't think so.
So we hope you get up to see the memorial. It should be by midsummer that it's dedicated.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, and we also have 3B, appointments to Planning Commission, Parks and Recreation, Advisory Board, Keep Woodland Park Beautiful Committee, and Board of Adjustments. Just quickly, council, before we go through appointments, I'd like to remind you that we do have the resolution 339 that carries tie votes over to the next meeting. If any council member is interested in suspending that rule for just these appointments or for the council this evening, we can do so if there would be a motion. If no one is interested in that, we don't have to. Is there any interest in suspending that rule? All right, seeing none, we'll move on. Suzanne, I'll let you introduce 3B.
Thank you. We'll start this evening with appointments to the Planning Commission. At the time of my staff report that I gave to the council, on that staff report, I wrote that we had one opening. We now have 2 openings on the Planning Commission. We had a resignation of Eric Disman. So there are now 2 openings. We received 1 application, and that's from Mr. Mike Nakai, who is here in the audience with us this evening. We advertised it and followed council's policy and procedures on posting this and all. So if you have any questions, Mr. Nakai is here, and the recommendation is to appoint Mr. Nakai to the Planning Commission.
Council, any questions?
I have one.
Sure.
Michael, you here?
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Firstly, do you want to say anything opening in your advocacy?
This one's for Jeff. I applied for Planning Commission because I didn't see on the agenda an opening for King in the North. So I'm gonna stick with Planning Commission, if that's okay with you. So, no, actually, I was talking to Andy back there before we got going, and I remember when my father retired, he became active in his community and volunteered, and it really livened his spirit. I mean, after a 40-year grind at the office, there's not many things you can be rewarded with. And so I'm trying to follow in that footstep. I volunteered for the comp plan. And so I'm on the Public Safety Emergency Management Resiliency Subcommittee and with Andy, and decided to also volunteer for the Planning Commission. I'm reasonably familiar with all of the Planning Commission members, their procedures, zoning codes I'm pretty familiar with, as I've researched them for a number of projects that, you know, I've had interest in. So I think for me, it's the best fit for something to do volunteer work on.
So the office is getting you down, huh?
What's that?
The office is getting you down.
Well, it's not some issue. Like I said, it's just, I just remember this change in my father's attitude in life after he started the volunteer work. It just, you know, it just brightened his day. You could just see that he could come home with a sense of accomplishment. And like I said, after 40 years of doing the same thing, sometimes it's hard to come by.
So my question's a little more serious than that.
Yeah, sure.
So I have noticed in your weighing in on issues in the community that you have a skill set in this area. My concern, which is what I'd like you to address, is I noticed when we were talking about RV parks, safety in RV parks, my concern is that the way you approach things like this puts a standard on those who don't have your same economic standard of life. I don't mean this personally, it's just my observation of how your perception is of how other people live. And I'm concerned, and I'd like you to address that. How do you see yourself being unbiased with those who, and I'm going to cite, if I get it correct or incorrect, you can correct me, but you talked about in a situation of a fire, going into a home, in an RV home, you couldn't get in there as a firefighter. And I'm just wondering if you're taking a standard that is covered by insurance, the insurance of the manufacturers, the licensing from the DMV, et cetera, for a vehicle that's a vehicle, and the tendency to put a standard from the city standpoint. So would you talk to me about how you can
Sure.
differentiate that?
Sure, I can certainly do that. So I have a small background in fire service, as I mentioned. That comes to my mind. I'll give you an example, okay? The front door of your house or your apartment, okay, your permanent dwelling, a permanent residence, is on average 36 inches wide by 80 inches tall. Okay. That's not so that you can get your washing machine through it. Okay. Those have come about through a number of bad things over the years. Do you know what a fireman's carry is?
Yeah, my brother's retired.
Okay.
Mhm.
So if a fireman has to go into your home and rescue you, you're unconscious, it'd be nice for them both to get out in a safe manner. I've got a camper. I've been camping for 25 years. The door on my camper is 22 inches wide by 5 feet tall. Okay. The only way to get you out of that camper is for me to drag you walking backwards. That is not the preference of a firefighter. Okay. So I think there are considerations, safety considerations, not only for firefighters, but more so of the public. If you have a structure that you're using as a permanent dwelling, and it isn't inspected to the same standards as every other public dwelling in the community. Okay, and even the lot, like if you took a mobile home park, the mobile homes are inspected. They are built under IRC standards. The campground or the mobile home park, we have an entire section of the code dedicated to mobile home spacings, hookups, utilities. Those don't have the same equivalents in a campground. And so I'll be honest with you, I was on that committee, or I attended all of those work sessions during that period when Ordinance 1383 was drafted. To be honest, when the emergency moratorium came up, I was actually a little surprised. I didn't think it was that big of a issue. We had many work sessions, and they were public, and I didn't hear a lot of concerns coming from the public on the 180 days. Now, I'll be the first one to stand up here and say, anybody who thinks they've never made a mistake or never overlooked something is a fool. So let's go back. Okay, let's take the 1-year moratorium and let's go back and let's look at it. Let's look at it closely, but let's consider all aspects, safety included.
Thank you.
Council, any further questions?
I have a question along kind of the same lines as what Councilmember Zuluaga had commented on. There is, in comments you've made in the past in various forums, there does seem to be a history of opposing or speaking out in regards to private property rights.
Okay.
So my question is more in the application you stated, of course, presenting to Planning Commission opposing a cluster development approved by staff and presenting to Board of Adjustments opposing the Village at Tamarack, also approved by staff. Obviously the Village at Tamarack I'm familiar with. I don't recall which cluster development you were referring to that you were opposed to, but if you could go into a little bit more as far as why you oppose those and how that goes against private property rights, and how that applies to the Planning Commission.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. First off, you should probably also realize that there's many developments that have come before the commission that I did not oppose, right? So I didn't write a letter in favor of it. And so I just, the ones that I opposed, I'll give you reasons for. So the cluster development was the first time the cluster option in the code was utilized. Okay, it was approved by staff and brought before Planning Commission. The main problem I had with it is that the way the code is written is that you're going to create a higher density area Okay, you're gonna pack the houses closer together, but there's going to be open space with it, so that the overall density of the development is the same as the underlying footprint. Okay, what happened in this case is that the cluster development, the patio homes were at the top of Majestic. Okay, and the open space was 2 or 3 streets away. And the interpretation that staff had was that it was in the overall subdivision that was platted 10 or 15 years before. That was my objection to how it was being applied. Okay. And it turns out that when it was brought before commission, the same concern they had was how that interpretation was, and they voted it down 7-0. Now, the commission's votes are not binding. The commission's role is just to be kind of your set of eyes. We're supposed to do the detailed analysis of these projects and give you folks a recommendation. And so in that case, the applicant pulled the project before it went to council. Now, that developer is a very reputable developer in this town. He's putting in duplexes that I can hit with a 9-iron from my backyard. Okay, so, but he does good work. Okay, and I didn't oppose, that. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you
Okay.
very much.
You bet.
Council, any further questions? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a motion to appoint Mr. Nakai.
I'll make a motion to appoint Michael Nakai to the position on the Planning Commission.
Can I get a second? I'll second. Sure.
Alfieri,
No?
Case,
No.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Pat,
No.
Zuloaga.
No.
Motion fails 4-2.
All right, moving on, we have Parks and Rec or
Yes.
advise, okay.
Okay, so next we have appointments to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. There are currently 3 openings on this board. We sent letters out to the incumbents, we advertised it as per council's policy, and we received 2 applications from 2 of the incumbents, Don DeZellem and Jeff Webb, would both like to be reappointed to this board this evening. Both are here with us tonight if you should have any questions.
Council, do you have questions for either of the candidates?
Yeah, I'd like to see I know Don DeZellem. I don't know the other fellow. I'd like to see him and have
Sure.
him present if we could.
Sure.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jeff Webb. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here hoping to be reappointed. It's been quite an honor, something I really, really enjoy. And I do echo, I think serving on a board is really something that's quite fulfilling. And so I've had the honor to serve for the last 2 years on the Parks Board. And the reason I'm interested in being reappointed, the reason I wanted to serve in the first place is I'm fairly new to the community. My wife and I moved up here 4 years ago. And as we move to a new community, this is a place we always wanted to live. And I think it's so important to be able to put down roots. And when I think about the things that sort of make a community, in my mind, the Parks Department is a really, really big part of that. I think that's kind of the fabric that helps to stitch us all together. From youth to families, it's something we all use. And it contributes, I think, to quality of life and the livability in the city. So it's a board that I've been really excited to be a part of and would love to continue to be. That's my personal interest. I also have a professional background in this. I'm a landscape architect and planner. I actually work in park planning, worked as a park planner for the city of Colorado Springs, and now work as a consultant, do park master plans, trail master plans. So I have some professional interests as well as the personal interest, but happy to answer any other questions if you have any.
Any further questions?
I just have one. I think I read in here, you are part of our subcommittees for the comp plan regarding trails, open spaces, things like that, right?
Yes, that's
Okay, want to
correct.
make sure.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any further questions? Councilmember Pat?
You say you lived in Colorado Springs before living here?
Yes.
Did you used to come up here a lot?
Yes.
Did you enjoy coming up here?
Yes.
What made it a special place for you?
So when I first started coming up, I'm a big mountain biker. I love mountain biking. So I'd mountain bike around Rampart Reservoir, driving up the road and looking down and seeing the houses, seeing the view and seeing the access. I was blown away. Like, people live here. This is amazing. And the
How many
irony
years
is,
ago? How many years ago were you? Did you begin that process?
So I've lived here for 4 years.
No. That you began coming up here.
Oh
And
gosh,
lived in the Springs.
8 years ago, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's 2012.
Yeah, that's
Ish.
probably
Yeah,
right.
uh-huh.
And you
I
know,
moved to Colorado Springs in 2005. I had the same experience.
yeah. Oh, it's amazing. And you see the view, it's incredible. And the people are so friendly. I mean, all the reasons we all live here. And as I would mountain bike, I'm not fast. I enjoy it. I'm not fast. So it gave me a lot of time to look around, and I'd see these houses. And ironically, I can actually see one of the houses, the house I now live in. So it's kind of a full circle.
Probably be helpful if we had places to walk up on the range, right?
Well, actually, you know, I was at the comp plan meeting last night, as I know many of you were, and I was really excited to see on the polling how well trails were scoring. So it seems like a priority, not just of me, but of a lot of the community.
Have you
So,
felt welcomed in the community since you moved up here?
Absolutely.
Have you? What's made you feel welcome? How did that come about for you?
I mean, part of it is the Parks Board, actually. It's a great way to meet people. But going to events has been wonderful.
Yeah.
Going out for dinner, you know, we go to get a drink. It's been easy to meet people. Absolutely. So it's
Yeah.
been great. And, you know, we're, our neighbors were maybe somewhat younger than some.
Mm-hmm.
And that's only because we got lucky and were able to move up here sooner than we thought we could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It took you 8 years, took me 15. But it's a good place.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And if I could, I don't want to take up too much more time, but I really do want to compliment Cindy and her staff at the Parks Department, and then the other board members, and Councilmember Case is always a part of our committee, and really a wonderful group of folks that I think are really, really dedicated. So do want to make sure you all know how, what a great job your staff is doing.
That's great. Thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks.
Mr. DeZellem, would you like to come up for just a moment and introduce yourself, at least for the audience?
Hello, I'm Don DeZellem.
Hi, Don.
You are now formally introduced.
That's right.
Is there anything in particular you'd like to know more about me?
How about how long you've been on the board and why you'd like to?
I've been on
continue?
the Parks and Rec Board for the last 2 years. The reason I got into it was because I was actually a rec major in college. And I too believe that recreation facilities and are important for a community. We've actually was looking at the mission statement of the Parks and Rec Board and have recommended making some tweaks to it to include some words like vibrant living for the community. Last night at the comp plan meeting, it was echoing Jeff's sentiments. It was encouraging to see that people wanted more trails, more ways to connect people to the city, to be able to get around the city, to access the National Forest from Woodland Park. In planning for the future of the town, as far as, you know, recreational programs and facilities is going to be very important in order to keep the city vibrant for people. It'll encourage people to move up here. That will bring families. That'll, you know, be able to attend the schools and make the schools full and such, where right now the schools are showing a decline in attendance because the population of students are going down. We need to find ways to promote what we have, to make people want to come to Woodland Park to recreate from outside the community and to get people in the town involved in the facilities that we have. We have great facilities, but a lot of people don't know they exist. And And we need to plan for the continuing improvements and maintenance of our existing facilities. So I'd like to be able to stay on the Park and Rec Board to help plan us into the future on that. I'm also am active on one of the subcommittees for the comp plan, and I'm actually the chairman of it. So
Excellent. See, you had more to say than you thought.
I'm a man of few words. Most of you know that.
All right, council, any further questions? Can I get a motion to, we're going to take it one at a time. Motion to appoint Mr. DeZellem to the Parks and Rec Board?
I make a motion to reappoint Mr. DeZelm to the Parks and Recreation Board.
I'll second.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Council, can I get a motion to appoint Mr. Webb?
I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Mr. Jeff Webb to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board.
I'll second that.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. I'd like to thank both of you for coming back and being willing to serve. And now we will move on to, we have Keep Woodland Park Beautiful.
Thank you. There's currently 9 vacancies.
Wow.
On the Keep Woodland Park Beautiful Committee. This is a committee that we are continually always advertising for. We received an application from Cassidy, and I'm hoping I'm saying her last name correctly, but it's Cassidy Gilganest, and I believe she's on Zoom with us to be on that committee. So Rob, if Cassidy's with us, could you let her into the meeting? Cassidy, are you with us? Can you raise your hand, Cassidy, if you're on Zoom? She is. You see her, Rob?
All right, Cassidy, if you can hear me, I can't see her on Zoom. Oh, there we go. I see her. So if you'd just like to introduce yourself and let us know why you're interested in Keep Woodland Park Beautiful, that would be great.
Absolutely. I just want to check really quick to see my video and audio is working correctly and you can see and hear me.
It is working. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Thanks. I'm sorry I couldn't be present at the committee meeting, at the council meeting this evening. I'm a assistant coach with the Woodland Park High School volleyball team and have been for the last 7 years. We unfortunately got quarantined and had a match that was canceled tonight. So here I am, but I was interested in this opportunity. I've been kind of an environmentalist and an advocate for environmental issues my entire life. Spent some time with as the president of our environmental club school, have volunteered with the local city cleanups and everything over the 7 years that we've been a part of the community, and also have been involved with the Focus on the Forest group as well in city cleanups and initiatives in Colorado Springs where I grew up. So would love to serve as part of the committee and get more involved in helping to support community initiatives and awareness on issues related to the city and beautification as just general awareness on environmental issues. So appreciate your consideration and would love to be involved.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
I have 2 questions for probably Suzanne. When you say we have 9 open positions on Keep Woodland Park Beautiful, can you put that in perspective compared to the total number of slots that we have for Keep Woodland Park Beautiful?
I'm going to ask for assistance with that answer from Rob.
Well, shaking his head no.
And he shook his head no.
Councilmember Neal is saying he thinks maybe 14 or 15.
I think it's 14 to 15.
Yeah.
I think we have 6 active members right now and then the 9 vacant positions.
Okay. And date and time that the committee meets?
Well, they're on the first Monday.
Okay.
First Mondays at 6 o'clock. Correction, we changed it to 4:30.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the record, the lack of participation on the board is no reflection on the beauty of our city
It is only about keeping it that way.
Okay, council, any questions for the candidate? Seeing none, may I get a motion to appoint Cassidy to the board?
Well, I hope I don't jinx her, but I'd like to make a motion to
Sure.
appoint Cassidy Gilchrist to the Keep Woodland Park Beautiful Committee.
I will second.
Neil,
Yes.
Pat,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Cassidy, and thank you for all your service that you already do for our town too. So I'm sure the board will enjoy having you.
Thanks for your consideration.
Now, we're going to move on to Board of Adjustments.
Thank you. There's currently one open position on the Board of Adjustments, and that's for an alternate member. We've been advertising for that position, and the alternate member is open as a result of council appointing Valerie Lundy from alternate to permanent. Became the opening. We received an application for the position from Nick Abercrombie, and unfortunately, I don't know if Nick is here. That's Nick. I've never met you. Hi. Nick is here with us tonight.
Okay.
And he can answer any questions that council may have.
Sure. Nick, go ahead and come on up to the podium.
Thanks for your patience. I didn't know I took the farthest seat from the podium.
So I'm going to go ahead and let you just introduce yourself and say why you're interested in this position.
Thanks. So yeah, thank you so much for having me. I've been in Woodland Park now for almost 3 years. My family and I moved up here specifically to live in Woodland Park. We were looking for a new home close to the mountains and kind of fell in love with this literally on a drive up here and really haven't looked back. We're building a home up on King's Crown that if everything goes well, we'll be in soon. And we're hoping to be here for the next, I'm trying to think of how old I am, but let's just call it 40 to 50 years. So, you know, from the Board of Adjustments, that's me. From the Board of Adjustments perspective, a couple things. One is I got some good advice from we'll say now a friend of ours, someone that's building our house, that the Board of Adjustments would be a good place to start to get involved in the community. Zoning adjustments, variance, how the community grows, how it expands, again, wanting to be here for the next 50 years is of significant interest to me. The other piece I find really interesting with the Board of Adjustments is I'm an engineer by trade. I really like puzzles. And I find things like the Board of Adjustments where, hey, we've got codes that are, you know, really good and important. Sometimes there's things that don't quite fit into that. How can we make solutions that work in the best interest of the town, but also make sense for the individual owner? No particular agenda other than, like I said, I really like figuring things out. And that, you know, kind of going through some of that history seems pretty interesting to me. And I'd be really excited to serve.
That's great. Council, do you have any questions for the candidate?
Well, go ahead, Jim.
No, go ahead first.
Just about your volunteers as far as coaching T-ball. What age group is that?
So I coached when we came from California. They actually started about, it's like turn 4. My daughter was 3. It was like the 3.5 to 5 age group, and did that for about 2 seasons, and then coached for a season here. All the COVID stuff and the change in work and kids in school, and so coached 1 season at, what was she, 5.5 at the time, and then not to like advertise, but like my hope is next season as we get forward and things settle out with school. That is definitely a big passion of mine. So I'm hoping to get back into doing that.
Well, baseball was mine, and so my kind of reason I'm asking you the question is, have they found any correlation that if they play T-ball, that they get the eye for batting?
You know, I don't know about that. This is way, but I'm okay. If you guys have a second, I'm a huge believer in, like, even as they go up in age, I'm a huge believer in the tee. So like both my 5-year-old and my 7-year-old were out, I think 2 weeks ago, and it was really nice weather. We were out hitting both a little bit of soft toss and then also off the tee. Because you know, it's two sort of different skills, right? One is sort of the batting mechanics. The other one is hand-eye coordination. And so marrying those two. But anyway.
Thank you. I can see your passion. It's great.
No, it is. Not to like the Red Sox. I'm originally from New England. The Red Sox had won 9. And yeah, I was hitting that note. Oh, I know. I'm sorry, Andre, and I haven't talked about it. It's. I'm gonna withdraw. I really want to serve. Not at the expense of the Sox, but we'll see.
Councilmember Path.
Anyway, get myself in a little bit less.
So my first question for you is, as you've done all this T-ball coaching, do you feel that your kids have made the proper adjustments?
I think so. Yeah, they're both pretty coachable, and they get excited, which is by far the most fun.
She knows what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
You're applying for the Board of Adjustment.
Oh,
so my second question for you: where did you live just before you came here?
Redondo Beach, California.
Okay. So what made you drive to Woodland Park and then fall in love with the city?
So
I had a friend that lived in Redondo Beach.
Oh, okay. Yeah. My daughter was a year and a half from starting kindergarten, and my wife and I said, you know, if we were going to make a move, this was sort of the time. Being in California, we spent most of our time in the mountains. If you know the area, some local mountains, some further mountains. We drove a lot.
Bear Lake, go ahead.
Yeah. I ski patrol day. I mean, it's great, right? And so I had my company had an office in Colorado Springs. We did a lot of work here. We were actually visiting Boulder, thinking like, hey, you know, I've got a friend in Boulder. Let's go see what that's like. That's near the mountains. Boulder was okay. Wasn't really for us. And a friend of ours in the Springs said, come down. I said, I'm not going to live in the Springs. Nothing against the Springs. I work there. We're not going to live in the Springs. Said, just come down for dinner. Just come down for dinner. We came down for dinner. He drove us around. Said, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Literally drove up the pass. And before he said anything, we said, this looks good. Where is this? This is neat. We like this. And it was Woodland Park. And so, yeah, I mean, we came, we did like an Airbnb up here for a week, kind of worked out of the office there, and just, you know, it's what we were looking for. It's its own community, which is really, really cool. It's near a bigger city, which is also cool, but not in the city. And yet we're also in the mountains, right? So we've got that sense of community. By the way, if you're slow on the mountain bike, we can hang, that's cool. But like we mountain bike, we hike, I mean, we take full advantage of all of this stuff around here. So yeah, that's
why we have these meetings, so people to make new friends.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
So
yeah,
2 years,
almost 3.
Almost 3.
Yeah.
So you felt pretty welcome when you came up here.
We did. It's not to. It's I don't know. As a grown up, it's hard making friends. I don't know what to tell you. But honestly, So our builder is Andre Leclerc. He's a wonderful human being. I don't know, but he, through him and a number of other people, we've just felt like this is a place we want to be. People have been so welcoming and kind of just friendly and want to tell you about the town. And it's been great. Yeah. Sorry, it's a long thing, but it's been great.
And so you have a passion for the city enough that you feel like on the Board of Adjustment, you can really be helpful for even though you don't have experience with all of its history.
Yeah. I mean, my biggest, I want to, no one's appointing me mayor tonight, but I want to be mayor of the city by the time, 20 something years down the road. I'm not trying to take it of his job. It's just right. But no, I mean, just to the point of I think it's a great town. I think there is a lot that I can do, hopefully. I've got little kids, so the Board of Adjustment schedule seems to fit really well. And I think it's a good sort of intro, if you will, into getting more and more involved in the community.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's great. Council, any further questions?
I'd just like to make a motion to elect Nicholas Abercrombie to the Board of Adjustments. It's actually the stand-in position, right?
The alternate.
Of the alternate position.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
And hopefully not jinx it.
Pat?
Oh, Pat. Yes, I'm sorry. I thought you said because Rusty wasn't speaking so loudly. So sorry. I was just waiting.
Zuluaga?
Yes.
Alfieri?
Yes.
Case?
Yes.
Labar?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thanks so much.
Mayor Pro
Thank you.
Tem, with your permission, may I swear the 3 candidates that are present into their oath, give them their oaths of office?
Yes.
Okay. So if I could have Nicholas, Jeff, and Don join me up front here, that would be appreciated. Go ahead, yeah. Here's the Constitution. I'm just going to have you each raise your right hand, and if you could just each individually state your name. I. You solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of the state of Colorado, the charter and ordinances of the city of Woodland Park, and I will faithfully perform the duties of the office of
No, 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 no.
Thank you. Upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations. So Don, here you are. Jeff, here's Nick's, and here's one extra pen. And then I have a present for the Board of Adjustment. We're ready from Sally.
Light reading.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good folks.
All right, we're going to be moving on to item 3C. That'll be interviews and consideration of appointment of the mayor of the city of Woodland Park. Candidates will be interviewed in chronological order of receipt of applications. There are 5 applicants to interview. Mr. English will be appearing by Zoom. He is first on the schedule. Each of them will have 5 minutes to talk about themselves and why they would like to be mayor, and there will be 10 minutes for questions from each council member. I'd like to remind each council member that you must ask the same question of each candidate. The candidates will be sequestered while others are interviewed. Following interviews, council can discuss and/or will go to a vote. And Suzanne will hand out ballots to us when we are ready, and she will then collect them back, and they will then be read into the record. A winner must have a vote of 4 council members. Suzanne, I'll go ahead and let you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to just add one thing. When at the time of my staff report that was sent to the council and that was posted in the packet, there were 7 candidates. And so the 2 candidates that have withdrawn are David Mitchell and Nathan Williams. I just want to say that out loud.
Sure.
Okay, so we have, I know Mr. English is with us this evening on Zoom. What we're going to do is, excuse me, we're going to start with sequestering the other individuals that are here for appointments. So Kip is going to be our person. So if I could have Michael Dalton.
He's left the room.
Okay. Gary, Mr. Brevetto, if you can go with Kip. Mr. DeZellum, if you can go with Kip. And Mr. Harris, if you can go with Kip. That would be great.
And when Mr. Dalton, if he arrives back in the room, we'll have him be led back as well.
I would just like to ask that somebody go and see if he's not out in the foyer, if there's not like.
Sure.
Yeah.
Rob's checking. No? Okay.
Can we post somebody?
Yeah.
Can we post somebody? I just feel like.
We can have Andy. Andy's our sergeant in arms tonight. He
Oh,
can
great. Thanks, Andy.
Look for Mr. Dalton when he comes in. Okay, so Rob, can you help me? Mr. English, if you are with us this evening, can you please raise your hand and we'll have you join? Okay, so he's on with us, I believe.
Just takes me
There
a
he
second
is.
to see it. And I'm going to ask to unmute him. All right, Mr. English, just make sure that you are unmuted and you have 5 minutes to let us know why you are interested in the position of mayor. And I believe you are muted still. I have asked to
You know,
unmute him administratively, so
Mayor Pro Tem,
yes.
I just have one more
Can you
concern.
hear, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Mr. English. Give me just one moment. A council member had a question for me.
With the one candidate who has not been sequestered because of the ability to use technology, I'm just concerned that that should be handled in advance.
Sure.
So I don't know how we want to handle it, but I feel uncomfortable to proceed without that sequestering actually occurring.
Andy, could you go check to see if he's outside? Okay, could you send him in to be sequestered with the rest of the candidates? Thank you.
Andy.
Thank you.
Mr. English, we're going to take just a few more moments. We have one candidate left to
Fine.
sequester.
Oh, okay.
I apologize for the wait.
No problem. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, we can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, those are the rules.
Would it not be appropriate to say he cannot be considered if he's not going to comply with the rules?
That would be appropriate to say, yes.
Can I ask a city attorney of an opinion on that?
He must be sequestered. You can let him know if he would like to have chance for candidacy. He must be sequestered.
You received those instructions via email as well.
Those are the rules. Mr. English, we're sorry. Just
All
give us a
right,
few
no
more
problem.
moments.
Glad Andy's here tonight.
Me too. Unfortunately, or fortunately, every candidate must follow the same rules. If you don't mind waiting until there's an opportunity to ask it during public comment. That's all right, but you will be able to after we're done with the mayor positions. And I'll remember, I won't forget to ask you. You are. That's why I won't forget.
Rob, you should check and see what the progress is.
Yeah, if I'm not going to wait eternally, so. Oh, good. All right, Mr. English, I apologize about the wait, and we're going to go ahead and let you speak now.
Are you ready?
We're ready.
Okay, have you had a chance to look at the
At your application?
items I submitted with my application?
Yes, sir.
Well, you have seen those items. You'll know that one of the items I think is most important for the city, do something about the traffic situation, especially in the summertime. And we would like to have people stop and visit Woodland Park, but the living in traffic, they're not much inclined to want to stay here very long. And, you know, we have some facilities, but when people with RVs come through town, where can they park them? We do have a parking lot. I'm told they could use the Catholic Church lot, but there's no signs telling them that. I think the bypass obviously is something we're going to really have to consider. And I don't know why it keeps getting put on the back burner. And I think we have to do something proactive to show to the state and that we want to have the bypass. And my suggestion is that we talk to the El Pomar Foundation to see if we can raise themselves and have a toll road. Now, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the old Boulder Denver toll road that was built many years ago, the 50-cent toll. And when the toll road was completed, of course, they charged the 50 cents until the funds were recovered, and then eventually the state took over the road. So I think we need to be proactive about that and express our opinion on that. That's one thing. The second thing, I was involved way back when, as you recall, when we had the concern about putting in traffic circles. Well, as it turns out, the fire department and the emergency rescue department services had not been consulted about that. So that idea went down the drain. Now, as far as the swimming pool is concerned, I was here and I was using a swimming pool down in Manitou, which had been donated years ago by the El Pomar Foundation. I inquired about that and was told, well, the city would have to make the request. But and then the question came up, well, where should we put the swimming pool? And at no point in that conversation was it ever mentioned that the students had been bused for years down to pools and high school pools in Colorado Springs. So my suggestion was that the school board donate the land in exchange for free use of the pools. And that idea went through. Now, regarding the pool itself, a friend told me, and she is an older woman, well, there's no pool for the seniors. There's no hot pool for the seniors. And I think maybe that's something we ought to consider, maybe putting an addition on the south end of the pool. And again, if we can get funds from El Pomar Foundation, the seniors should come during times when the pool is not being utilized. So there's a lot of ideas like that. And then finally, of course, I talked about the thought of that the vacant piece of land. I think that's where the visitor center is making that a stopover for people, RVs, and especially people out of state that need that place to stay for the night and continue on their way. And the nice thing about that is only a block from restaurants, bars, supermarkets, et cetera, et cetera. So that's an idea that I thought maybe we ought to consider. Make Woodland Park user-friendly or tourist-friendly. And that way we could advertise it to AAA organization into their travel books and whatnot. So I have a lot of suggestions like that I think that we could do to make Woodland Park more attractive to visitors that they would want to stay. Okay, is my 5 minutes up? So,
No, Mr. English, one moment. Not at this time, sir.
I'd like to say.
Mr. English, go ahead and continue, please.
do I still have some time? Well, I think those are things that we need to consider. If we want the tourists to stop and stay here, even for brief periods of time, we ought to advertise the fact and make it possible for them to have one place to stay for overnight, like some of the cities in the western part of the state do, where you can pull into the parking area and spend the night and then go on your way. We can't expect people to stay a long period of time here, but especially for out-of-staters, I'm sure they would welcome having a place to stay when they arrive in Colorado. And of course, the restaurants, the bars, and the supermarkets and all the facilities are right there within walking distance. So that is my main issue, that in the bypass highway, because we have a lot of through traffic and a lot of it are big trucks and whatnot. And I do think there's a danger of having all that those large vehicles going through the city when they would really like, I think, to have a bypass. So I think we really need to consider that. And be proactive and not expect somebody else to do it for us. And so that's, I think, the main issue we need. And then the second issue, I think, is, of course, to do something about making the city much more tourist friendly by providing facilities for them. And not expecting people to spend a whole week here, but at least a day or two where they can rest, especially if they've come all the way across the country to visit Colorado and want to go back into the mountains somewhere. So, and if they want to stay longer, of course, we have the commercial parks to the north end of the city, and we also have South Meadows and whatnot if they want to spend more time here. So that's my what I would like to emphasize are things I think we need to do.
Excellent, Mr. English. I'm going to now turn it over to council. We have 10 minutes. That puts us about 8:15. for questions. I'll start with Mr. Path and move along the dais.
Remind me, Mr. English, how long have you lived in town? I know it's been a while, but I don't remember how long.
I bought my house in the fall of 1990.
Okay.
Now, I was still working for the federal government in Washington, D.C., and I retired 5 years later. But I've been coming out to Colorado every year and spending my summers here. And well, in October of 2019, I became a Colorado resident.
That's the only one I wanted to ask. I mean,
Thanks.
I can get on other ones.
Councilmember Case.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask, and I know that you've shared some of your concerns about issues in the city. I'd just like to know why you wish to serve mayor and what kind of experience you have that would qualify you.
Well, unfortunately, I worked for the federal government most of my career. I was unable to get involved in partisan political activities. My profession is an economist. I also was a rifle platoon leader at Fort Carson after I graduated CC, at which time I know what it's like to be down and out in Colorado. I was 21 years old, alone, broke, unemployed, and 2,000 miles from home. I ended up driving taxi cabs for a month till I could get a little better job in Denver before going into the Army. So I know what it's like to be at the bottom of the ladder here in Colorado. It was not a very pleasant experience, but it was the most valuable one. So I've had a lot of contact in Colorado ever since I came out here at the age of 17. Now, as far as being mayor is concerned, I have not had elective office. I could not get involved in partisan politics as long as I was a federal career civil servant. I would have lost my job. But I also have been involved in elections running in Maryland for congressional primaries. So I've done that a number of times. And I tried it once here as well in Colorado after I obtained my Colorado citizenship.
Thank you. All right, my question to you, Mr. English, is what is your professional experience with Robert's Rules of Order?
With what?
Robert's Rules of Order. Are the rules?
I don't have professional experience with that. No, I do not. I'm aware there's a book called Robert's Rules of Order. Yes, I have never chaired committees or things of that nature. That is true.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move to Councilmember Alfieri for her question.
Thank you. Mr. English, my question for you goes back to your comments on things that we can do to improve tourism in the city, as well as the bypass, which are all fantastic ideas. I always appreciate ideas. I'm not an ideas person, I'm a numbers person. And this council is very, very focused.
Say again, I didn't get the last part.
I'm sorry?
He didn't hear your number.
You said about the bypass, you had a question about my position on the bypass, or what was it?
Well, the bypass and the tourist attraction ideas that you had mentioned, I was saying that this council is one of the biggest jobs we have here is to manage the finance and the budget for the city. And I certainly always appreciate ideas because they seem to not be my forte. But my question would be, if you have some suggestions as to where the funding for those sorts of ideas might come from, because we're always looking for ways to be able to pay down more of our debt more quickly.
My position is if the council were interested in a bypass or other facilities, we could go to the El Pomar Foundation. It provided the pool for Manitou Springs. Most people don't know that. Of course, it's provided a lot of hospitals and whatnot in Colorado Springs. It is limited to providing public benefit to both El Paso and Teller counties. And I think if the council would express a resolution asking the El Pomar Foundation to consider making a loan to the city for a toll road. And of course, we'd have to work with the county and the state to get that as well, because I'm told there's 5 pieces of land that it would have to be acquired, and eminent domain may be deeded. But the fact that we could arrange the financing and are willing to take on the responsibility for that and put up a toll, yes, and then pay off the road the way Boulder did with the Denver Boulder Turnpike years ago. And once it was paid off, the tolls were removed and the the highway became part of the state highway system. So I think if we needed to have some creative financing ideas of that nature, we might be able to get something done about it rather than keep delaying the project and having those hideous traffic jams in the summer.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal.
Hello, Mr. English. Knowing that we only have one person that would be appointed, if you are not the one appointed to the position of mayor tonight, what are the other board, commission, committee, associations that you would be interested in serving and why?
I have not really considered that. And I'm certainly there's something that you might think I would be better suitable for. I do have a master's degree in economics. I had worked for an airport development corporation for a couple of years. I know about origin and destination traffic flows and that sort of thing. I was in Singapore for 3 months working for Northrop Corporation and also in Oslo, Norway. So I worked for Northrop for 27 months. So I do have some private sector experience in terms of preparing income statements, whatnot, balance sheets for 20-year cost projections for airport traffic and whatnot.
Thank you very much.
Now Councilmember Zuluaga.
Thank you, Mr. English, for applying for mayor. I like your creative thoughts. You have a number of them, from the bypass to traffic circles to tourism. And some of them I agree with, some of them I don't, but that's irrespective. I like the fact that you are looking for solutions. My question to you is prefaced by our late Mayor Val Carr was adamant in stating that to do the job of mayor well with the proper due diligence, it's a full-time commitment. Can you speak to your time commitment, dedication, and temperament required to faithfully fulfill the roles and responsibilities to the citizens of Woodland Park and your fellow council members, should you be elected? Selected, I'm sorry.
Well, I spent 3 weeks last year back in Maryland. I had a sister that lives in a nursing home in Pennsylvania that I've been visiting periodically. I'm currently in Maryland because that sister died this past January, and there are certain activities regarding her funeral and whatnot that I was unable to attend. So, but I'm spending the majority of my time now in Colorado, and I'm a Colorado resident and have been for about 1.5 years now. And I also ran for the Democratic nomination for the U.S. Congress for this past election, unsuccessfully, I might add.
Thank you.
Answer your question, sir.
That's sufficient. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. English. We are going to go ahead and sequester you by Zoom. However, the city's managed
He's
to
just
do
gonna,
that.
he can just stay on.
Okay,
Yeah, because
He's answered the questions and now it doesn't.
okay.
so that does bring up a point of order here. Once each one interviews, are they going to stay in the room or do they go back to the other room?
You guys get to
They can stay
decide.
once they, okay, very good. All right.
Would you be willing to get Michael Dolphin?
And I'd just like to remind each council member that it is the same question for each candidate. If you have forgotten your question, I have written them all down. So if you need reminding, just let me know.
How are you guys doing today? My name is Michael Dalton. If I need an introduction, I can give one. I've been here in Woodland Park over a decade. I've got kids that were born in Woodland Park. I've stood in this room more times than I can count through probably 4 mayors. I know that this is all political grandstand and no one's getting appointed today. So that's why I brought puppies, because I figure if we can't get them to agree on a person, maybe we could appoint a puppy mayor for about 1.5 years. He's probably just as qualified. Now, we would have to waive we'd have to waive that requirement that they live in Woodland Park for a year because these guys haven't been alive that long, but I think we can get by that. Some of y'all have, so we can call them homeless or something. But no, I put my name in because I had actually city employees ask me. They came up to me and said, Michael, we need help. This council bullies us. This council is crazy. Not every one of y'all, but there are a couple of y'all up there that are pretty crazy. And I like to mess with y'all. And I definitely wanted to make sure I had 5 minutes here where Hillary had to give me 5 minutes. She really wants to hold one of these puppies, don't you?
You know, after the meeting, I will.
After we can make this go viral if y'all elect a puppy mayor. I promise you it'll be on the news tomorrow. So this city is a circus. It has been politically a circus for the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, we had election fraud committed by people that we paid their property taxes through the DDA. I mean, those are facts, right? They committed property tax fraud through the DDA. Then that person committed election fraud to get some of these people elected. We have a homeless council member, which is cool because he went to the attorney general and said he was homeless and claimed homelessness. So we should be able to maybe elect a puppy, you know? And so, you know, I don't expect anyone to get appointed because you guys couldn't even agree on a volunteer who's more qualified than any of you to be on the planning commission. We don't have a lot of volunteers. I don't know if y'all know that. There's a lot of open seats in those committees, and you guys couldn't even agree on a guy who's more qualified than most of you. That's pathetic. I saw you last week get so upset about a meeting that is a year and a half ago. Woman, we just went through a pandemic and you're worried about 20 minutes that didn't get recorded. Why don't you go back and check the 10 years of recordings when we were sitting here and you were nowhere?
Mr. Dalton, I'd like to just remind you to keep it about you.
Oh no, this is about you guys. This is about the dysfunction of this council. This is my 5 minutes and you can't take that from me, but you can cut me off. And go ahead, I'll take it. We'll watch it on lives. We'll watch it over and over and over and over again because it's fun. It's actually a circus. There's people that tune in all over the country just to watch the circus that is Woodland Park City Council. You know that, right? You know that, right? Oh, hey, Jim. Hush your mouth, Mr. Path. Hush your mouth.
I'm going to ask you to either stay on target with yourself.
Or what? Or what are you going to do? Ask me to quit?
We're going to move to council questions and move on.
Sit down.
Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
Great. So
I don't know this man, but y'all have no.
My name is Michael Collins.
our officer is going to remove you.
Does that count against my time? I mean, a crazy dude just standing up in the middle?
We're going to go ahead.
I think he was a plant from PATH.
Mr. Dalton.
The Heritage Foundation put him there. He might have put him there too.
Take a breath. Take a
deep
breath.
one?
A good deep one.
Tell me again. Tell me again, Hillary.
We're going to start with council questions and council member cases first.
Hey, Kelly, how you doing?
Good, Michael. How are you this evening?
Good to see you up there.
Thank you. I just wanted to know why that you've asked to serve on the council and explain to us your experience and what qualifies you to serve as mayor.
Same qualifications that every one of you guys have, which are just the standard requirements. You have to live in the city of Woodland Park, not just stay here, not just stay in a campground. You have to live here for a year. I definitely meet that. You know that, right? We don't even have to check. Qualifications. As far as everyone else, I mean, we're a citizen. I've been involved in this town as long as, well, I've been involved longer than he has. I don't know how long you've been here, and he has combined. So 3 of your council members, I've been involved in this town longer than they have been here combined. And if I need a resume, it's because you stay here and not because you live here. Because if you lived here, you would know exactly who I am. Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks, Michael.
All right, my question to you is, what professional experience do you have with Robert's Rules of Order?
The Robert's Rules of Orders. So I grew up in the nonprofit world, and Robert's Rules of Orders, Henry Robert, I think, is who came up with this. And this, you do a great job of Robert's Rules of Order, and that is keep order in a meeting where no one can agree. That's the simple way of putting it. If you can obey Robert's Rules of Orders, you cannot agree on anything, and you can still meet a deadline when it comes to keeping a meeting in 2 hours.
Thank you. We're going to move on. Councilmember Alfieri.
Councilmember Coy or Alfria? Oh, Alfria, not Coy.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Bet you don't. Thanks. All right, next. Who's next? No questions.
I would like to say thank you for the puppies.
Do you want to hold one?
I would love to hold one. Hi, sweetie. Did you feed them a bunch of water so they'll? So thank you for bringing the puppies. That definitely was a much needed relief for a very long evening. So
I had 6 of them, but there's this city ordinance that say you can't have more than 5 dogs, and I didn't want to cause any problems.
I appreciate that you know that. Yeah.
Actually, you can't have more than 3 dogs, but
These are not
state law's 5. Yeah, puppies don't count as dogs.
Yeah. Councilmember Neal.
Well,
God, that's a pretty picture right there.
Michael, you are entertaining. I will say. that.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming to the show tonight.
It's a pleasure.
It's always a pleasure to be here too, to watch the show that is council.
I would like to try to get something serious from you. Okay.
That's
You
going to
and
be
I have
hard.
Never met, right? We met in the parking lot one time. So honestly, we've never spoken. I know a lot about you, obviously. You're well known. I think you have a lot of intellect. So I have to wade through a lot of the theatrics to listen to the intellect.
You're a smart man.
With that said, and you even admitted we may not come to a consensus or get 4 votes for any one because it takes 4. In that event, if you are not appointed to the position of mayor tonight, what other position or what other board, committee, association, commission might you be interested in so we could actually tap into some of your intellect and see how you could perform as a volunteer?
I appreciate that question. You know, as someone who stood in front of this council quite a bit, that's the first time a council member has actually asked me that. And so, I have actually talked with a lot of the committees. I've had meetings with some different city leaders, the Parks and Recs people, and have offered services to help promote different things and events in this town, as well as I have served on some committees. I was on the deer population committee as we were looking at maybe hunting deer in this town. And so I like to get involved. I like to be someone who comes here and knows what's going on in this town, knows what's going on. I've sat in these seats quite a bit. I'm really interested now in the Parks Commission. And so as I see that steam grow and heard some actual pretty smart enthused, I was like, dude, let's elect. Well, that guy was real smart, and then that guy, why don't we just appoint him mayor tonight, and then we could all be done. But no, yeah. So the parks. She might have me. She might not have me. She's not here anymore, but she might have me. She might not. So we'll see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zulaga.
Good evening, Michael. You and I also have not met, and I do.
Oh, we've met. We just haven't had like major conversations.
Oh, I thought with about election time or just before COVID, we were going to do coffee, but maybe that day will happen. But I do have to say, people do say they tune into Zoom and pop their popcorn. So you're quite right about that. And you have certainly added to that levity tonight. So thank you. But my question has more to do with your obvious care for the community in your own way. I'm not a social media person. I don't know what you say out there. Everybody tells me that you are quite sensational. So my question is, the late Mayor Val Carr was adamant in stating that to do the job of mayor well, with the proper due diligence, it's a full-time commitment. So can you speak to your time commitment, dedication, and temperament required to faithfully fulfill the roles and responsibility to the citizens of Woodland Park and your fellow council members?
Absolutely. For 25 years, I've wrote my own schedule. I do whatever I want. You know, COVID hit and destroyed my industry. I was in the big pharma industry. I was in the big church industry. I was in any big industry you can name. Construction, building, pharmaceuticals, nonprofits. I did the big show. The lights, the cameras, conventions all over the world. I've been to 53 countries. I've stood behind cameras. I've pinned presidents. I've pinned Trump. I've pinned Obama. And I've pinned Michelle Obama microphones. I did 16 schools with Michelle Obama, doing all the lights in production, crushed by COVID. I didn't want to move from Woodland Park. And so I just created a whole new industry. I train dogs now, and I can make my schedule however I want. I work with four-legged bitches, so I could probably work with most of y'all. But nevertheless, listen, I've created an industry that I'm going to make $1 million in this town, and I care for the dogs. I'm PACFA certified. I got kennels directly outside the city limits because the city started to harass me about having too many dogs at my house. And so I created an industry literally right outside city limits. I have customers from all over Teller County, police officers, politicians, restaurant owners. The businesses in Woodland Park know exactly who I am and how I can help this community. I can talk better than most of you. I can speak, I can present, I can keep a calm, collective manner and be right here, or I can put the theatrics on, as you already know. I've made national news in this town 3 times, and I did it after sending emails to the police chief saying, hey, bro, let's figure this out before this goes national. And he doubted me. And so when I can talk about moving needles, publicity, public attention, that's what I do. That's what I've done. I just brought puppies in here and stole the show. Nobody's going to remember one candidate, but they will remember the puppy guy tonight when you guys refuse everybody else.
Let's hope they're potty trained.
Maybe that one will pee right now. That would be brilliant.
Thank you for your answer.
Councilmember Path, do you have any questions?
Yeah, if I may have the indulgence, could you repeat for the audience the specific message of your tribute to Mayor Val Carr the night that he died and you found out?
Yeah. So politicians, no, that was a question. I want to answer that.
Just a minute. We have to ask the same questions of every candidate, unfortunately. So this is a question that won't be answered.
Nobody wants the answer. They don't want the answer to that, so they're going to change the question.
Michael?
They don't want the answer. Can I answer that?
No, because all of us.
Because he's breaking the law just like he broke the rules before to get elected, right? He broke the rules right in front of you just now, Mayor.
Take a breath.
No, just now, Mayor. He broke the rules. That man can't even keep the rules in a little interview.
You need to
I'm
rein it
fine.
in.
Can I have my therapy dog?
He needs them both.
All right.
So what was the question there, Paf? What do you want?
Do you know how to listen?
Do you have a question?
All right.
You're out of order. You know that, right?
So are you.
No.
You were supposed to ask the same question of every candidate, did you?
All right. Councilmember Path, you know better. Michael Dalton, thank you very much for your
Hey,
puppies.
thank you, Hillary. You did a great job.
You've done a good job.
No puppy tonight?
No,
I'm disappointed.
allergic to them,
I had a bet going on too.
So you're welcome to stay in the audience if you choose to. Is that all right with council? It's
fine. As long as there's no disruption, I'm all right with that. As long as it doesn't steal the show from the other candidates, I'm fine with that. And
All right. Suzanne, if you'd like to bring in the next candidate.
On his way.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I go grab a cup of coffee off the corner?
Absolutely.
I'll get.
It's yours. It
Do I have
is.
to stand here?
You do.
Gary, welcome to the podium.
Who said that?
I did.
Hillary.
We're going to
Thank
give,
you.
we're giving every candidate 5
Yeah.
minutes to talk about themselves, and then council has 15 minutes for questions.
Okay. Sounds good. Did you guys get my CV?
Yes, we did.
Oh, good. Did you read it?
I don't know if everyone did, but I
Oh.
assume they did.
Because if they did, we're done, right? Questions? Well, thanks for allowing me to come here and do this. And, I have to apologize. I don't normally read from a script, but, the political environment we're in, I got to be real careful of the words that I choose, right? Because I got to be politically correct. So pardon me if I have to refer to my notes every once in a while. I just want to make sure the language is just right, so I don't get, vilified in the papers anywhere or something. But raise the mic up, please. Raise the mic up?
Yeah,
Okay.
you've got to
Can you hear me now?
speak clearly into
Cool.
the mic for us.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Well, just a little bit about why I want to do this. I came here in 1992 after retiring from the Air Force as a senior pilot and space operations research director. And, during that time, I've traveled all over the country and all over the world. Visited many places which have potential for living a high quality life. And I'm grateful that I landed in Woodland Park in 1992 because it displayed the greatest potential for high quality life than any other place that I've been. And I've been a lot of places. So I'm putting my name in for your consideration, using my abilities and experience to help guide this council to maintain the quality of life we enjoy in this community. Now, I'm not interested in power to inflate my ego, because those who know me can't imagine my ego being any more inflated unless I explode. And David Buttery could attest to that. Is he still around? But so if you think I'm in it for power, that's just not going to happen, guys. Sorry. On a personal level, during my 75 years, I have had many opportunities and many adventures that have given me a really good quality of life and well-being, and a lot of opportunities that I was able to, express myself and have meaning in my life and have purpose. Okay. Now I'm on my 6th midlife crisis. Okay. Now we all go through these things. If you haven't noticed that, you guys are going to go through it too. And it gives you an opportunity to see where in your life are you going, and what, what's the next meaning, next phase of what you want to do. So it gives you an opportunity to do that. And I've done that 5 times before. Now I'm doing another 6 when I have a lot of opportunities I can take advantage of. So having the opportunity of being your mayor presents perhaps the greatest challenge for me to contribute to the council to preserve the quality of life for each citizen. So that's why I'm doing this. Now, I believe in limited government to preserve our liberty and freedoms. I want to motivate council members in a non-contentious way with civility and respect to express their views reflecting their constituent expectations to manage our city, to give everyone the highest quality of life we can have, and to help manage the city's budget like we manage our household budget. Essentially, we have revenue that comes in our households, and we have expenses. We got mandatory expenses. We got discretionary expenses. So, if we treated the budget for the city like we do our households, I think we'd be in really good shape, as everybody has to go through that. So I'm grateful to each of you guys up here who have dedicated yourselves to preserve the quality of life that we have here. I've been on that council for 3 years, and I know what you guys go through. And I appreciate the time that you put in, because, I value time, because time is finite. We only got so much time here on earth. And which is why I'm not a big fan of people who grandstand just to be heard. We got psychotherapists for that. So, I believe in being succinct and not to waste your time, because it is really valuable and it's precious. I am concerned, however, of immersing myself into the lion's den. You guys probably familiar with the lion's den, I imagine. I'm a little disturbed of some of the diatribe and social media maligning council members. Now, this is kind of universal, because this is modeled after our national politics and state politics. So it's understandable, but I just don't like it. I hope people would be more civil in expressing themselves. We each bring to council lifetime experiences, values, and beliefs, and we all need to be respectfully heard. And I simply would appreciate the opportunity to influence an atmosphere of harmony and cohesion among council members to make them more effective in serving the citizens of Woodland Park.
Perfect.
Questions? Was that 5 minutes?
Yes, it was.
Oh, good.
I'll take the first question.
Oh.
My question is, what is your professional experience with Robert's Rules of Order?
Well, I was on council before, so I know that pretty well. I've also, been with on a lot of boards and stuff like it through the Air Force and through my other experiences with psychotherapy. I was on the board with, Cedar Springs Hospital, and we had a lot of board meetings and stuff like that. So I'm very familiar with Robert's Rules of Order.
That's great.
And I'm not a parliamentarian by any stretch of imagination. That's why we have a parliamentarian, isn't it? I think it's Jim, isn't it? He knows more.
I've had to
about that
consult
stuff than I do, huh?
parliamentarians, and
Right?
I've had to consult
I
parliamentarians.
know, I
in
figured you would
legislative
have
bodies,
to.
that's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Gary. I'm going to go ahead and go to Councilmember Alfieri.
Thank you. Gary, my question is, so we know if you could just recap, you were on council previously. And I apologize, but I do have to ask the question, how did that council term end?
I'm unfortunately going to have to interrupt and remind council that we have to ask the same question of each candidate.
And I have been in their position before, and yourself and Councilmember Case are the ones that deviated from asking the same question because you chose to ask a different question of me as a candidate than him. So I'd like to proceed with my question.
If you choose to break the rule, you choose to break the rule.
Please,
Yes,
Mr.
Stephanie,
Bravado,
can
continue.
you mention that again?
If you could recap for us your term on council, when that was, and
Yeah.
how the term came to an end.
Well, I don't remember the others, like 10 years ago, and I think it was on for 3 years. And I was doing a lot of things on the council, including starting a Main Street program and the Arts District. We tried to get an Arts District going to. Tried to get the waste treatment facility to look at a potential improvement to the waste treatment facility using an anaerobic process, which would convert that waste material into methane gas, providing electricity by having a generator and actually making the power plant, the waste treatment facility self-sufficient. So it was doing that kind of stuff. And then after a while, I was one of those guys that put a lot of time in and a lot of effort, and I was losing a lot of sleep because of that. And so for personal reasons, I decided that, I got as far as I want to get on that. And I think it was time for somebody else to, step in. So, I left about a year before, my term was up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Neal.
Excuse me, for the record, I would just like to object to that question being allowed. The rules were stated for this session, and I just want that for the record. Thank you.
So noted.
With, just as a comment on that, I don't recall that we voted on those rules. So I'd just like to ask where the protocol came to establish those rules and where we agreed that that's what we were going to follow. And if we did, I just don't know that we did. So,
Sure, I'll allow the city attorney to answer that.
yeah.
That's standard advice in any HR matter. It's you ask every applicant the same questions because that limits the exposure afterwards for somebody claiming that they were subjected to disparate treatment.
If I could just drill down a little bit more on that, we just had 3 other application processes before this, and we all asked different questions of those people, and they're all volunteer positions, so it's not an HR matter per se. And I don't mean to belabor it, but I do feel that there is important to be real with people as they come before us. So I just want to know, if we didn't agree to it as a council, why are we holding that standard and for what value? I'd like to know about each of these candidates in ways that are meaningful to us making a good decision, not just to be a rote robot to say, I have this question. So,
And I would just like to add that the precedent has actually been set twice over the last year during appointments, that not the same questions were asked of all candidates during those times of appointments.
Past poor behavior or past rule breaking does not need to be a reflection of current council. And also, you may be mistaking about what questions were asked, but what statements were made. And I'd like to refer to the city attorney as to whether we continue this path, or if council decides to change their questions, is that now appropriate?
My advice before this was that everybody ask the same questions, because I'm conservative on this stuff. And this is a standard practice from HR. If you participated in interviews in the private sector, this is not new to you. This is standard. There's nothing particularly revolutionary here. So that's my advice as your attorney, is that you ask the same questions for the reasons I explained earlier.
Appointing to boards are different than this type of appointment as well.
it's still a voluntary position. There's no HR benefits. There's no issues like that involved. So I just wondered, my question is, I think it's important for us to be real with these candidates and not be robots. So it's not something that we have a legal liability for. We have an exploration to see, we want the best person to fill a position that's voluntary. They got to give it their own time, sweat, and blood on it. So, and so I'm asking, as we proceed here, I'm very okay with this, the sort of a variety of questions personally. If other people are not okay with that and we want to bring it to a vote or something, it doesn't seem to me this is as much with respect, it doesn't seem a legal issue because it's the wrong reference. That's an employment reference. This is a volunteer reference.
This is the replacement of an elected official that typically is elected by the people of Woodland Park. It's not an appointment to a board and commission that's an advisory capacity to the elected officials. And I would suggest that if we aren't uniform in the questions that we ask the candidates, then we are possibly providing an unfair advantage to a candidate that is outside of the questions that are being asked in the previous candidates. And so I just think that it provides an opportunity for an unfair advantage or disadvantage to a candidate that is replacing an elected position for a term on behalf of the citizens. It's not an advisory board.
I think that Ms. Case is correct, and also I refuse to go against attorney advice on this issue. And I also don't appreciate that we are wasting these candidates' time. If this was at issue, it should have been brought up in emails ahead of time with our city attorney, who provided this information prior. So I'd like to proceed with questions, and I would like to proceed with it in the manner in which we agreed beforehand.
My point is, we did not agree.
We agreed by silence.
Not convinced.
Geez, Deputy, I'm sorry I started
Gary,
this controversy.
Thank you for answering my question, Gary. I appreciate it.
I was trying to prevent controversy.
Well, let's see.
Well, welcome to the Lions Den.
Councilmember Neal, it is your turn.
Yeah. Michael would probably gave you a good 100 new hits just from that dialogue alone.
It's like my 10 minutes up now? Or what?
No.
Gary,
hear us.
Let me begin
right.
with, we've never met before. I have not met the other candidates also. I did craft a question that I wanted to probe a little bit more. Your application actually addresses my question quite well. I am going to read my question so that you hear what I've asked the others. And then if you choose to elaborate, that's fine.
Sure.
Your CV kind of covers it. But anyway, we're only going to appoint one, if we're fortunate. If you are not appointed to the position of mayor tonight, which other board, commission, committee, or association would you be interested in serving, and why? And since you've done a lot of serving, it kind of, some of it's self-explanatory, but If you'd like to answer it, please. I'd
Well,
like to give
you
the
know,
time.
Rusty, I haven't thought about that a lot. I mean, I've got a lot of things on my plate
Yeah.
that I could do. There's a lot of adventures yet before me that I could take advantage of. And I wanted to do this one because this one presented the most challenge to me. And I like challenge. So that's why I did it. But, you know, would I go for something else? I might, you know, go back onto Main Street position or something because I have an affinity for it. I think there's a lot more we can do with Main Street. Even to the point where, heck, you know, we're looking for economic development, you know, person, if you will. We used to have one, and it would be nice to maybe approach Main Street to see if maybe they can take on some of that task. That'd be kind of interesting, because we need a focus for business to come here, a focal point for them to find out what Woodland Park's about and how to manage the various, you know, codes and restrictions that they have. And I think maybe Main Street can help do that. So it's a possibility. Same thing with the visitor center. You know, they're all volunteers at the visitor center. So that might be something that Main Street can do as well. Just a, you know, an observation and maybe a proposal that they do something like that. So it'd be somewhat of an interest.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zulaga.
Thank you. Thanks for applying, Gary. And you actually were one of the very first people who I approached when I was considering running for this seat. So thank you thank you for your counsel.
Don't tell
Right,
anybody.
right. And not charging me for the session. So
Okay.
if I'd only known. My question is, the late Mayor Val Carr was adamant in stating that to do the job of mayor well, with the proper due diligence, it is a full-time commitment. Can you speak to your time commitment, dedication, and temperament required to faithfully fulfill the roles and responsibilities to the citizens of Woodland Park and your fellow council members, should you be selected?
Well, I had the opportunity to speak with Val when he was actually running for mayor, and I spoke with him for a long while, and he and I were pretty much on the same page. And I was going to run for mayor at that time, but I figured, you know, Val was putting a lot of effort into a lot of money into it. I said, yeah, I would drop out, make it a little easier for him. So we talked about it. And because he and I are pretty much on somewhat the same page, you know, I thought that'd be a great idea. So I supported him. As far as my time, I'm retired. So I've got a lot of time. Not that I want to spend all my time in controversy or contentiousness or whatever you guys, you know, think about doing that. But, you know, I have the time to do it. I would want to, I'm a type of person, I'm kind of task oriented, and I don't have a lot of patience. No, I wouldn't say patience. I'm not typically thrilled at people who grandstand and, you know, and who want to just talk for the sake of, you know, being heard. I mean, we got other avenues for that. I think your time's so valuable that I want to make it succinct and as short as possible and not have meetings go on for hours and hours and hours again. Understanding that we all have different viewpoints, different experiences, different backgrounds. We need to respect that. But I think we can, you know, if we organize the meetings in a very succinct, organized fashion, I think we can best utilize, you know, everybody's time. So that's one of the things I would do and look forward to doing. One of the things that I looked at a position like this is that I would have to do a lot of homework and a lot of research like you all do for this position. But as mayor, I probably have to quadruple my efforts to do that research. But I would not do anything without consulting you guys. I would think I would have to get, like, even talking to the city manager, assistant city manager, I would ask your permission first. I wouldn't just go out there and say, hey, I'm going to, you know, talk to the city manager on this, that, and the other thing. I would, you know, first have to, I would try to get permission from you guys. I think, because if I'm out there, you know, talking to the city manager or any one of the heads of the departments, I think you need to know that. So I don't want to do anything that you guys don't know anything about. So I look as a turtle immersion into the city council to make you guys each individually more effective. And that's what I want to do. That's what I propose to do. You know, if if you want to choose me. Do I need this position? No. As I said, I got other things I can do, but I'm certainly willing to put my name down there to serve the community in any way I can. And this is one way I can do it.
Thanks very much.
Councilmember Path.
I know Gary pretty well. No questions.
No questions.
Councilmember Case.
Thank you. Hi, Gary.
Hey, Kel.
Gary, I've asked the others why, well, and you've kind of answered this, if you have anything further to say. If not, that's okay as well.
Okay.
Why are you wishing to serve as mayor? And what are your motivations? And to express, what experience do you have that qualifies you to serve as mayor?
Well, I think I
kind of
probably answered
redundant.
all of that.
And that's why I
Unless
just
you have
wanted to
anything
put
other
it out there.
specific you want me to say.
If
I
you
hate
have
repeating
anything else
myself.
to say.
I don't want to repeat myself because that'd be taking too much of your time up. So I don't want to, bore you or whatever. I mean, I can crack some jokes if you want. I mean, but it's.
Gary, I've heard a lot of your jokes. I served as on staff while you were on the council.
All right, Gary, thank you very much for your time, and you're welcome to remain in the audience if you'd like.
Okay, thanks, Ellen.
Mr. DeZellem.
They're bringing somebody else. Bringing somebody else. Oh, Don? Okay.
Welcome, Don. We're giving each candidate 5 minutes to talk about why they're interested in the position or anything they'd like to speak of, and then council has 15 minutes for questioning.
All right. Well, my name is Don DeZellem. I've lived here in Woodland Park or have had a job up here or have worshiped up here since 1991. When I first moved up here, this town was a fairly small town. Everybody pretty much knew everybody. A lot of the roads weren't paved yet. The closest thing we had to a department store was Ben Franklin. If you couldn't find it there, then it was a trip down to the Springs. Since then, the town's grown a lot in many ways, size, population, demographics. And I really feel that this town has kept a lot of the charm that it had, at the same time having people move in that are wanting things that or you might say bigger city things. And the pool would be an example of one of those things. So the thing that I'm looking at is helping the city to find the balance between retaining what we are and finding a way to make this town a place that will bring in some younger citizens, people that are wanting to come up here, raise a family, and stay up here. So I would like to help the city develop that balance. If I was selected as mayor, one of the things I'd like to do is find ways to help the citizens be more involved in their city, both in their government and in being a volunteer, helping out with things. A lot of people up here don't have a good knowledge of how the city works. You know, what is the role of the council? What is the role of the city manager? What does a city government provide for its people? What is its proper role in providing those things? And what isn't part of government? So I'd like to see the city try to expand out the Citizens Academy from once a year to twice a year to get more people involved that way. I think we've taken great strides in with things with an improved city website, the WhatsApp app, providing means for people to submit questions and such to the council. But we still need to get more involvement. And an example of that would be last night at the comp plan meeting. You know, with as much advertising and such as the city did, you know, 50 people or so there, if there was that many, doesn't give a good representation of the city when we're trying to come up with a plan to move the city forward that we want buy-in on from the citizens. Another thing I'd like to do is to help to foster a attitude of respectfulness and cooperation within the council. I may not agree with your point of view. You may not agree with my point of view. But I'm going to listen to you respectfully. I'll ask you questions. And you may be able to change my position if your argument is good enough for me. And in the same vein, I'm going to give you that respect back. I'm going to listen to you. And I'm not going to put you down. I'm not going to do that kind of thing. I want to see this work as a well-oiled engine. And as far as direction for the city, I'd like to see us go ahead and do further reviews and revisions to the city charter, the codes, the zoning, to make them work within what the proper role of government is. I don't want to see things that are restrictive to people, restricting their rights to use their land the way they want to. I don't want to see unnecessary financial barriers put onto businesses and industries that want to come in here, and even onto the citizens in the forms of taxes. I want to be able to help ensure that we have an infrastructure and a public safety element to this town that supports and keeps the people safe, provides for their needs, you know, clean water, sewage, that kind of thing, and follows that proper role of government. And I also want to see us build relationships with Teller County, El Paso County, the surrounding towns and communities, and state and federal agencies that we need to have to move into the future. And basically, that's my 5 minutes, and hopefully I only took 5.
Thank you, Don. We're going to go ahead and move to council members for questions, and we're going to start with Councilmember Neal. Or did I skip? I'm sorry, did I skip you?
think so.
Councilmember Alfieri.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, Don, how many times have you done this now and made this speech?
This is my 3rd interview, and I've ran twice.
Yeah, you've been at it for quite a while. I think we all have probably heard, you know, a lot of the same stuff about you, so very familiar with you. I don't think I have a particular question for you, just have to give you credit. I don't think I've seen anyone work that hard for that long to be able to serve up here and serve the citizens of Woodland Park. Almost anybody I know probably would have tossed in the towel after the 2nd or 3rd try. So I really appreciate you keeping at it. It really, really speaks to just your gumption and your will. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to quickly remind council, we do typically take a break at 9 p.m., but we're going to go ahead and finish with these questions with this candidate, and then we'll take a break. So Councilmember Neal.
And this is a different scenario where Don and I do know each other and have spoken. I kind of feel awkward sitting up here at this dais. I'd rather be right down there with you, talking with you, Don. I am supposed to ask the same question. I sort of know the answer because I know a lot more about you, I'm going to ask the question so you can answer it, and then we'll move on, okay?
All right.
All right. Unfortunately, only one person would be elected. So the question is really, if you are not appointed tonight to the position of mayor, what other board, commission, committee, association, council would you be interested in serving and why?
I guess the no-brainer on that one would be I would continue with the Parks and Rec Board. It's one that I enjoy doing, and I feel is important. I would continue on with working on the subcommittee on the parks and open space for the comp plan. And who knows what other things I might pick up along the way.
And council again, maybe?
22 is coming.
Roger that. Thank you.
Councilmember Zulawaga.
Good evening, Don. I too salute you for your persistence and actually your demeanor. It's refreshing. The more I get to know you, the more I see qualities that I'm appreciating. Mayor Valcar was adamant in stating that to do the job of mayor well, with the proper due diligence required, it's a full-time commitment. We just elected you for the Parks Board. Can you speak to your time commitment, your dedication, and temperament required to faithfully fulfill the roles and responsibilities to the citizens of Woodland Park and your fellow council members, should you be selected?
Well, if I was selected, I would definitely make the time to do the due diligence. And I heard Val say that many a time about the time commitment. Things that are less important would definitely become lesser in importance. I know that if I was selected, I would stay on the subcommittee for the comp plan, but I would step down from the Parks and Rec Board so that I would be able to spend an appropriate amount of time for the city council.
Thank you.
Councilmember Path.
No need to answer questions, just to make the statement that one of the most wonderful things about living in Woodland Park is being able to have you as a friend. Myra and I entirely agree with that, and we think you're one of the most wonderful people we know here amongst many. So, but you're definitely at the top of the list. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Caves.
Thank you. Good evening, Don.
Hello.
I would just like to inquire about what your motivations are or why you want to serve as mayor of Woodland Park. You probably have touched on it. When I get to go last, it happens. And also, if you could tell us how you qualify or what your qualifications are to serve as mayor.
Well, my qualifications, I'll start there. I'm just an average person. Most of my career in life has been in management. I started off with McDonald's in high school, worked my way up from being the lowest guy on the totem pole, cleaning the lobby in the restrooms, to being a general manager and a management developer for a franchisee in California. Moved out here to manage the McDonald's up here, and did that for about 10 years. While I was in California, I was awarded by the McDonald's Corporation about 10 outstanding store manager awards for having ran outstanding stores for my franchisee. After that, I was in management with several other companies, 7-Eleven, Walmart, did insurance for a while up here. So I have a lot of problem solving experience through the years of doing management. In a lot of experience with training as far as, and part of what I used to train on was communications, especially active listening and things like that. So I've learned over the years how to help bring people to a consensus. Why I want to do it? Probably because I'm missing a brain cell or two. As often, you know, as you can tell by 2 other interviews and 2 elections, but I feel that I have skills that I can bring to the people of Woodland Park. I'm level-headed for the most part. I will take time to listen to everything, read everything I can find to make a decision. I'm not easily influenced by outside sources. I mean, I tend to go and make decisions based on the facts presented and not on emotion and such. So I guess that's my reasoning.
Thanks, Don. Last question is from me. My question is, what is your professional experience with Robert's Rules of Order?
Probably 45 years ago in high school and student council. So I'm a little rusty, you might say. We probably used them a little bit when I was on a school board in California. It was a private school, so I mean, we weren't super formal with things, but we did try to run the meetings at least by Robert's Rules of Order. So I guess it was probably about 20 years ago.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
All right.
So you're welcome to stay in the audience if you'd like. And at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. 10-minute recess. Sure, we're going to do a 15-minute recess.
for public comment now.
We're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order, please. And briefly, before we bring out the next mayoral candidate, we have some business we'd like to attend to for the sake of time. We are going to move a couple of agenda items around so that we can attend to the public quicker than we can attend to council business. I believe Councilmember Path has a motion he would like to make.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we move the DDA portion of the consent calendar, or of the calendar part we're moving on now, to next meeting.
Sure. Can I get a second for that? Okay, I know that Al is here in the audience.
Oh, sorry,
But
Al.
They're on Zoom as well.
And on Zoom, but for
Yeah.
the sake of their time, we would like to move it to the next meeting so that we can address it much quicker. Okay,
We'd like you not to have to be arguing this at 12:30, so.
right.
Did I
Yeah.
second that already? I think I did.
Good. So we do have a second for that. Is council, or I'm sorry, Suzanne, would you like to take a vote?
Yes. Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yeah, this was my thing. I'm going to say yes, because I do think it will give you a little bit more time to even look at that new proposal that came in. So yes.
Path.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem, will you just let the people watching, I don't know if they,
Know what we just did?
yeah.
Can they hear us? I see that Murph has raised his hand. Murph, I'm going to allow you to talk to let me know you heard that we're moving the meeting. Just go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, heard that we're going to move the DDA presentation to the next meeting.
Excellent. Thank you. Is there anyone else on that was going to present for the DDA that's on Zoom?
Tanner's the only other one.
Is he present on Zoom?
I don't know. We can't see.
I see him. Okay. Give me 1 second to get up to the. Okay, I'm going to unmute you and just let us know that you heard that we're going to go ahead and move the meeting for you. I am asking to unmute it. Okay, Mr. Coy, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that is one item of business that we are moving. Oh, sorry. One item of business that we're moving, and then we are also going to move our item number 4, additions, deletions, or corrections to agenda, and also the consent calendar to the very end of the meeting. That is our business to conduct so that the public can either choose to stay but does not have to. And then after the mayor appointees have spoken, we're going to continue with item number 6, public comment, and then we will carry on to item number 9, public hearings, and 9A, B, C, and D, so that the people, oh, and E, I'm sorry, so that the people who are waiting to hear about liquor licenses and zoning can be addressed quicker than having to wait till the end of the meeting.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I make a suggestion that 9C be the last public hearing so that the people that the public can, that is a staff item?
Absolutely, because we know Kip loves to hang out with us to the bitter end.
Absolutely. It's punishment for being such a great guy.
Okay, is all of council all right with that?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Mayor Pro Tem, when we get to 9 in normal business here,
Yes.
we might let the people know. I mean, we certainly don't want to restrict any public comment, but we might let them know as they're coming up, if they be as brief as possible
Yeah.
or reasonable, unless they've really got something to work through or the public really is concerned about one of these.
Absolutely.
Just to remind them, to give them the ability to move as quickly as possible.
Certainly. All right, so now we're going to continue once again with our applicants for mayor.
So we have next Mr. Harris, and he is right here. They just might have to.
I don't think it's on. Oh, there you go. That did it.
Well, I'll keep this brief, but thank you for hearing me today and also for tirelessly upholding your duty to the city during this last year. You know, I understand that leadership roles come with many responsibilities that many times cannot be foreseen. And I believe that you've performed with excellence under those circumstances. So just thank you again for that. During a time that many cities and municipalities did not perform with excellence. So this community, like the rest of the nation, has been through maybe one of the most trying times in history. And because of the nature of this pandemic and the shutdowns mandated by various levels of government, the opening for division and the derailing of this community's goals is present. I believe Woodland Park has the potential to be one of the most vibrant, thriving, and unified communities in all of Colorado. This is because of the potential of our people, our schools, and our economy that can be led by unified government. As the mayor of Woodland Park, one of my main goals will be the progress of unifying our city. First, in the government, I believe that despite varying views of elected officials, there can be common ground, professionalism, and respect. I would seek to provide leadership to the city council and city officials as we seek to address needs and challenges facing us as a community. This is a crucial point in leading our people by example. Next is our education system. I believe our community has potential to positively impact the youth of Woodland Park. The youth in our community are struggling in many ways. And I would set out to lead from the mayor's office to uplift, encourage, and empower our youth to lead successful lives. Now, it's obvious that I'm young. However, my age is not a hindrance to my ability to perform the duties of mayor. In fact, I see my age as an advantage during these times that will allow me to connect with this community across age and demographics to bring fresh perspective to the city. Considering the youngest signer of the Declaration of Independence, Edward Rutledge, was only 26 years old, age is not indicative of one's ability to perform and lead. Woodland Park is my home. I love this community and what it offers, and I want to see it heal and thrive for the betterment of our people and those who come here. So thank you for giving me this time to speak. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and start with Councilmember Neal for questions.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Drew, you and I have never met, so you're one of the people that my question really pertains to. I trying to get to know you a little bit better. So sadly, you know, there's only one slot available in multiple candidates. So if you are not appointed to be to the position of mayor tonight, what other boards, commissions, committees, associations, or councils would you be interested in serving? And more importantly, why?
Yes, well, you know, in the recent events, you know, with Mayor Carr passing away, everything, it sparked my interest in seeing what I could do in this community and where I could serve. And so I, you know, started looking into these different committees and realized just how many there are, even for what, you know, I thought was a smaller community compared to most, like say Colorado Springs. And also hearing tonight just that there's still vacancies available even at this point. As far as being on a committee and things like that, I really, you know, if I wasn't elected, seek to position myself in one of those or apply for one of those I felt best suited my time and my abilities to serve, you know, and just see what availabilities there are after that. But I would definitely want to be on any committees and things like that that I can apply myself to. But even further than that, I believe that this community really needs other community members to build each other up and start reaching out to each other, and especially to our young people, to people new in the community, to the seniors in our community that maybe that don't have any family, don't have friends, and begin to connect them together to do things that will improve their lives on a basis that's not for recognition, or I'm on this committee so that I'm doing this, or I'm at this elected position so that I'm doing this, but just because we're in this community and we care about those people around us and we love those people around us and we want to see them better in their lives.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Zulawaga.
Your mic's not on.
Hey, Drew. Testing, testing. Yes, I do know you, Drew, and I commend you for your confidence and your courage to step forward into the application process for mayor. My question starts with a preface that our late Mayor Val Carr was adamant in stating that to do the job of mayor well, with the proper due diligence, is a full-time commitment. Can you speak to your time commitment, dedication, and temperament required to faithfully fulfill the roles and responsibilities to the citizens of Woodland Park and to your fellow council members, should you be selected?
Yes, absolutely. So I do have a full-time job, but at the same time, there's still many hours left in the week after a full-time job. And if I was elected mayor, I would be dedicated to this community, not seeing it as a part-time unpaid position, but the real reason that you would serve in a position like that, which is to serve your community and serve those around you, and to actually seek your community's betterment. And because of that, my time and dedication to that, not only during what would be considered work hours, but also outside of those hours, that commitment continues. You know, whether it's serving outside of the council chambers, connecting the community in different ways in areas such as that. And, you know, it's not a clock in, clock out kind of job as I see it when you're serving your community in an elected position, especially in circumstances such as this, where it wasn't necessarily put to a community popular vote. I believe the expectations and the duty set an even higher standard, that you're responsible to the people in your community to submit your time above anything else when you've been put in that place to represent those around you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Path.
Yes, so my question for you is, how long have you lived in this community?
Lived in this community for almost 8 years. My family moved to Colorado right after my freshman year of high school. And we lived in Springs for about a year and then moved up to Woodland Park.
What brought you to Woodland Park, or you and your family?
My family came to Woodland Park via Cares Bible College.
Okay. What is it that you think makes Woodland Park special, and what do you think is the most important challenge?
Well, what I think makes Woodland Park special is, well, there's so many things, but if you're going to pick really just one main thing, and it would be the environment that it fosters, being adjacent to bigger cities, but having that small town, that centralized community, drawing on the natural beauty that is Colorado, and you know, that community fostering that in people that come, people that are just visiting, and just really make it a place that people want to spend the rest of their lives.
Okay, that's all I have.
Councilmember Case.
Good evening. Thank you for coming.
Yes. Thank you.
I'd just like to inquire about, and you may have answered these, but I just want to ask you again, what is your motivation? Why do you want to serve? And what experience do you have or that qualifies you, or what are your qualifications to be mayor?
Yeah. So my desire to serve, the reason that I want to be mayor, isn't, really, I mean, as a young person, you're probably looking at maybe what I gave you as my resume and thinking, well, this guy probably just wants to get his foot in the door for government positions and then, run for other things. But really, it wasn't even on my radar until, the recent events with Mayor Carr. And I felt this urge to be there for the community in this time with this pandemic and things like that, to bring unification to the people and really push Woodland Park going forward into a new light that honors what we've been through, honors the history of this community, and begins to grow, all demographics, the youth, the people who are retired here, and connect them all and not have separation in those areas, but to see a unified Woodland Park. And that's really where my desire to serve came, was from that. Now, as far as my qualifications, obviously being young, I don't have 40 years experience in a professional career, but I do have, since the beginning of high school and even before that, I'm an Eagle Scout. I served as the senior patrol leader for my troop. And that's really where my leadership began in my life. I attended several years of Team Pact Leadership Schools, which focuses on teaching, I say teens, but it's really high schoolers and maybe a little bit younger, how government works, the flow of government, what government is there for, and also teaches people how to lead through the community. And then further on from that, my qualifications continue. When came up here, we went to the University School of Colorado Springs. I think it's called the University School now, but went through several courses there that were leadership based in adventure training, first aid, guiding, such as things like that. And then, for my higher education, I attended the Practical Government School here at Karis, which is focused on leadership in government and teaches all sorts of areas through political science and history and you name it. If it's about government, they teach it, and it's very broad and very intense program.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, Drew, I'm up next for the question. And my question is, what is your professional experience with Robert's Rules of Order?
My professional experience with Councilmember Roberts' Rules of Order?
That would be epic.
They're somewhat
Tell us about
loose
that.
Could you clarify for me what Robert's Rules of Orders are?
Sure, it's actually the rules under which bodies like us use.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I do know what that is. Well, through Team Pact and through, debate and other things like that, I've actually been through many mock trials, many mock legislations, extensively sitting on the Oklahoma State Legislative House floor. We went through mock legislation. We went through mock legislation in their national convention in Tennessee, where we ran through elections and actual committees, where we brought legislation bills to order through subcommittees, then bring them to the House floor. So I'm very familiar with the process of governmental affairs and how it operates in a council chamber.
Excellent, thank you. Councilmember Alfieri.
Thank you. First, I just want to say, regardless of what happens here tonight, whether you are appointed or not, please keep coming back for a seat on council. We need people like you up here for sure. I wanted to ask you to expand in the letter that you sent. You talked about financial accountability and transparency, and particularly advancing the proper functions and responsibilities of government. Can you expand on that as it applies to fiscally the proper role of government and functions of it?
Right. Yeah, well, really where I was hitting on that was the transparency of government with its citizenship. And I believe that citizens should know what its government is doing, especially its municipality, and the municipality should be very open with that. And I believe Woodland Park is very open with that. And my intention was to state that I would continue that and continue to uphold that and encourage that amongst the council and other city officials, as well as foster a community in the city government that is looking to improve the life of the citizens and not look to make money for itself. And, I think the municipality, it's not paid positions. So, there's not a whole lot of, getting rich here going on. So, which is a good thing. But also looking, to say, how does this financial decision impact the day-to-day life of our citizen? How does this affect my neighbor? Not just how does this affect what we can do as a government? How can we put in this nice park, or how can we put in this nice program? But how does this, raising this tax or lowering this tax, how does this affect their day-to-day life? Does it improve it, or does it make it worse? Is it better for them, or is it worse in the long run? And for every citizen, not just, a specific group of people that necessarily show up, or whatever. Is it good for the low income, high income, things like that? And making sure that that's transparent with the community, that their voices are heard in that we seek to foster a relationship that's based on trust, that they can trust us to tax them, and that they're not afraid that we're just going to raise the taxes, as soon as we put something in, or that we're doing something sneaky on the side to raise the taxes, or to get more money, or to put more in our pocket, etc.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. If you would like to remain in the audience, you're welcome to.
Thank you.
That's it. All right, so from here, if council would like to have a discussion, has any comments or questions, we can open the floor for that with each other. If not, then we can go ahead and ask Suzanne to go ahead and give us ballots. Is there anyone that has questions, comments?
Well, I think for transparency, we should probably make sure everyone understands the process that we're going to follow. Do we need to suspend the ordinance at this point regarding tie votes?
No.
It's a resolution.
Sorry, resolution.
No, that's
Thank you.
okay. I know that Mayor Pro Tem offered that up earlier this evening. You can certainly choose to if you'd like.
I thought we were talking about the board and committee appointments for that one.
No, I think we were talking about mayor too, but it might get the city attorney's opinion on if we do it post-mortem of a tie vote, if it's still in order to do it in that order, or if there's a need to do it beforehand. That's my question, at least. Just to add to that.
My recommendation would be to do it beforehand. Otherwise, the votes would be subject to the resolution at the time they are taken.
Yeah.
So it'd be a lot cleaner, I think, to do it.
It would flow right into the normal ordinance process as opposed to flexibility. Might I suggest, and I'll move it without further explanation upon my suggestion, but might I suggest that that we make a motion if a tie vote came up, that we move it to the first meeting in June, which might give us time and the public time to process how they might want to reapproach it and redo the vote then. Could do it in May, but I'm just suggesting some airing out time if that were to happen. And I don't even know that it would happen. I think there might be consensus here, but that would give time for maybe new applicants or reconsideration, or someone pulls out. I don't know.
I don't think we can do new applicants.
No.
Yeah.
But we can, if you want to suspend the tie vote, we can. If you don't wish to suspend the tie vote, then we can move forward with it, or I think, and we can move forward with it to the next meeting, or we can agree by consensus to push it out.
My and this is the substance of my proposed motion, which I am not making yet, is that we move it out. I think if we wait till the next meeting, even though there's going to be some interim time here, give more time to process, think through. Maybe that's not necessary. It just seems to me that could be helpful if we went at least a month out, or even. But that's just my thoughts. I don't know.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm going to go with Councilmember Zulawaga first, then come back to Case.
The attorney has given us a sense of things, but I don't think the general public has a sense of where this process is going. So could we ask Jeff to give us the lay of the land here. In other words, we're going to vote here very shortly. And there might be one candidate gets 2, another one gets 2, and another one gets 2. And how many of us are 6? There you are. There's 6, right? So right there, we eliminate by that very process 2 people out of, and then we have 3. Do we now take that? Do we follow with a second vote to then
I think
take
the
those
vote
3?
was set up to, that everyone makes their choice and the result's the result. I don't think we've got a process by which we can have multiple votes. You'll see that happen in, say, elective party nominations, and they have their own rules about that. But the standard thing here is we can't keep doing votes until we eliminate people. That's not in order.
If it's 2-2-2, then no one
agree with you.
wins. And then we carry on with business. And
Yeah.
either
So
by carrying on, we'll let the city
Yeah,
attorney.
it's one
explain.
vote and then we carry on. And if it ties, if it's 2-2-2 or 3-3, or there's no majority, then it just, it will automatically roll over to the next meeting unless we make a motion now, which is what I'm proposing. I just don't know, looking at people's faces, I don't know that we have a consensus on how long. I think airing it out a little bit might be best, possibly, but I'm not married to that. But I think just going to the next meeting is not a good idea, in my opinion.
And if
In
we,
my opinion, someone might.
so if we did do a motion to suspend the tie, could that mean that tonight we can settle it by then coming, let's say it's 2-2-2, by then having another ballot or whatever you call it, selection put there with the 3 names of the 2, I mean, and going that route? Would that give us an expediency in this
We can-
process?
It's not in order. The Mayor Pro Tem can clarify, but it's not in order based upon the rules.
Correct.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
No, if we suspended the tie vote
Yeah.
and we had 2 candidates who tied, it dies. And then we have to move on with our other 2 options, which is special election, or we stay as is until next April. Those are our 2 choices if a tie dies. If we vote to suspend the tie rule, if we have a tie, if we have a tie and we have not voted to suspend the tie rule, then the 2 candidates who tie will come back to a future council meeting and we will revote at that time.
Well, the statute doesn't, or doesn't our ordinance say the next council meeting?
It does say that.
But we have the prerogative to make a resolution right now to do it differently. That's what I'm proposing. Yeah.
So before the city attorney speaks, and I did say that it was going to go to Councilmember Case after
Yeah, I'm
Councilmember
sorry about that. I just wanted
Zuluaga,
to
and then
clarify.
Councilmember
That's okay.
Alfieri will come back to you.
I just wanted to say that maybe we take a vote unless we're going to suspend the ordinance, I mean, the resolution. And then if we do end up with a tie, then we address when we visit it again and set the next meeting date.
Well, not to oppose you on this. I think the city attorney is saying, and I think he's right about it, that if we take the vote and it's a tie, the ordinance requires it roll over. And then it
the
won't be
next
in order
meeting.
to make a motion after
Okay,
that.
I get you.
That's
Right,
why
and then
I'm
at the
following.
next meeting, we can also then vote to suspend the tie rule if we wanted to.
Right.
So,
Right.
Councilmember Alfieri, I'll let you go.
I just wanted to clarify because when we talked about if we did tie, it automatically rolls to the next meeting and we have to vote on the 2 that we tied with. Is that correct? Or is it all of the applicants still because it's still the same issue as it was on the
It will only be the
previous
2
agenda?
tied candidates.
Okay, thank you.
By ordinance.
Yes. Mr. Wilson, if you would like to add or subtract anything we just said.
I think I'd be happy to answer any questions that remain. I think it was covered pretty thoroughly. The charter requires that 4 votes be received by a successful candidate. So anything short of 4 doesn't get the job done. And then short of 4, we have these tie scenarios. And we've discussed how those work out.
Almost. What if you have a 3, a 2, and a 1? That's not a
Then no
tied
one
vote,
wins.
and it's not the 4.
No one wins.
No, but it has to be
No
4
one
votes.
Has to
It's
be 4,
required
majority.
minimum 4 votes.
Got to have 4.
I understand that. When it's a tie, statute requires we take it to the next meeting. When it's a 3, a 2, and a 1, what happens?
No one wins.
No one wins. And then we have to move to one of our other alternatives,
Yes.
which is either to leave the mayor pro tem in till the next election or call for a special election. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Case, did you have something?
Well, I just would like to, if discussion is, no one else has anything to say, I would like to make a motion to suspend the resolution for this item.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second that with an amendment. Do we want to put a time frame on it? I'm fine to just suspend it indefinitely.
Well, this will be just for this vote.
Oh, we'll just
Just for
suspend it to the
this,
next
and
meeting.
then we'll
Yeah.
readdress it. Got it. I second what Kelly said. Councilmember Case said.
You can
I
call me
see-
Kelly.
I
Discussion?
see some confusion.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. I thought I heard that if we vote to suspend, that if there is a tie vote tonight, that means we have, the option we move to is either Mayor Pro Tem stays in the office or we move to a special election. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so we had a motion and a second. Suzanne?
So for the record, I'd like to just clarify what the motion was, and just, we're suspending resolution number 339, series 1996, for this vote of mayor only.
Correct. That was my motion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I'm
Just-
sorry I
just-
wasn't more clear.
Just for record, I just handed Councilmember Case the resolution, which I always carry in my binder to every council meeting, just in case. So-
Okay.
Thank you.
Want to read
Lily.
it?
I understood perfectly. Sorry.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zulawaga.
No.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-1.
All right, now is council comfortable with Suzanne handing out the ballots?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, and for the public's knowledge, it contains each 5 names. It also contains the choice of none of the above, and it will reflect each one of our names on the ballot, and Suzanne will read those out loud.
I'd like to just give the opportunity, if any of the candidates want to look at the ballot prior to me distributing them. You can come up and just look at them. Just process.
Since y'all are wasting all this time not knowing how the rules work, we'll just make sure my name's not written on it. You know it's not right.
It's not an election, Michael. It's an
Okay.
appointment.
I was making sure though.
That's your name, Michael Dalton.
And we did already pass a resolution to that effect as well. Even if it were on the ballot. And not a resolution, but actually an ordinance, but
Thank you.
PF.
Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, yeah. Hey, Michael, we gotta get that dang voting system. Oh, so they're slow.
Okay, so I'm going to read them into the record in order that I have them here. So the first vote is Councilmember Paff, and he has voted for Don DeZellem. The second vote is Councilmember Zulawaga, and he has voted for Don DeZellem. Third vote is Councilmember Alfieri, and she has voted for Don DeZellem. Councilmember Neal has voted for none of the above. Mayor Pro Tem Labar has voted for none of the above. And Councilmember Case has voted for none of the above. So we do have a tie of between none of the above and Don DeZellem.
Did we interview?
How does that
guy?
work, Mr. Attorney?
He's from Nevada. You know how Nevada voting goes.
Leave it up to us. Leave it up to us to toss you a unique
All
one.
right, I'm going to call order back.
I'm the smartest.
Would you like to address it?
I have no compunction. I'd like to invite other people to chime in up here. I hope I'm keeping up with these rules. Since you just voted to suspend the resolution carrying a tie vote forward, the effect of the tie vote is that the proposal fails. So neither candidate is elected. The effect of that is that Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre remains in her position. A motion to appoint someone mayor remains in order until 90 days before the regular election, as does a motion to call a special election. The charter says you may, not you shall. This is a big difference between the state law, which requires a special election if you don't fill a vacancy by appointment. But here in Woodland Park, you do not need to call an election.
All right, so council, we can either consider one of those two options and we can have that put on the agenda for next meeting, or at any time in which you would like to address those issues. And it just, remember, it takes two council members to put an item on agenda, and anyone is welcome to do that. So we're going to go ahead then and move on. I'd like to thank all of the candidates for appearing this evening, for applying, for taking the time. All of you are valuable members of this community. I honestly have to say I voted for none of the above because I've learned in life that when you have a vote, you vote for yourself. So just so you all know. Everyone did wonderfully. Council, thank you very much for the discussion and the professionalism. I really appreciate it. And we're going to go ahead and move on to the agenda in a non-traditional order. We're going to go ahead and move to item number 6. Public comments, and is public comments not on the agenda?
The first person we have signed up is Paula Levy.
And just briefly, for the sake of time, I'm going to give everyone about 5 minutes, and please forgive me if I am rude and cut you off.
I'm going to time myself. Thanks, Hillary. Paula Levy, 19263 East US Highway 24. Thank you for letting me speak, Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre and council members. It's been about a year to the day that my husband, Neil, the former mayor, Neil Levy, gave his farewell address to the community and that this council took office. Neil, after serving 6.5 years and giving his heart and soul to this community, although some in this room and out in there would argue that his meetings were not professional because he showed up in his baseball jersey after coaching a game and then still making the city council meeting, that he was not, and this was discussed tonight, a full-time mayor. Although he, I think, did the job very well, and I think some other people would agree, that he was not good for Woodland Park. What I do know is that he never asked to be reimbursed for gas on his way to City Hall, or he never asked for a ream of paper or to be reimbursed for the ink he used for the printer at home. And though I rarely attended these meetings in person, I watched regularly from my home on my laptop, and I supported and stayed in the know so that I could have conversation with him. And I'd love more than anything to say that I am not here to compare the past with the present, but I could no way do that with a straight face. Whether Neil was my husband or not, and looking back on the many, many mayors who served in the position long before many of us became residents of Woodland Park, the comparison from then to now is disheartening, to say the least. The divisiveness, the bullying, the blatant disrespect for the past and present city staff, city managers, your fellow city council members, our governor, and I'll quote Council Member Zulawaga when he referred to Governor Polis at a city council meeting in early February when he said, and we all know which flag he flies. Again, whether Neil was my husband or not, the comparison between representing the good of our community versus the me, myself, and I mentality of certain council members and of our former late mayor, Val Carr, and I mean no disrespect. I actually had the opportunity to share my thoughts with him on a phone call in early December, and he listened and seemed receptive and appreciative of my opinions and feedback. And I shared with him how sad it was to watch how this council from day one, under his direction, was immediately divided, and the bullying, the disrespect, the condescending tone, and the intonations used when delivering messages have been an unbelievable embarrassment allowed in these now so-called professional meetings, where more time is spent fumbling over nomenclatures, Councilmember Case, Mayor Pro Tem LeVar, nitpicking check numbers, asking what they were spent for, instead of the real issues facing our communities and identifying the positive happenings around our community. In closing, I think of the phrase, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And I paraphrase that when I think of this council, because I see half of this council trashing this city that the other half thinks is a treasure to our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Levy. So next on public comment, I have Al Bourne. Were you going to talk on the DDA or something else?
Yes, with the DDA presentation.
Okay. So then next is Myra Path. Okay, Ms. Path.
Good evening. I'm Myra Path, and I live at 510 North Highway 67 here in Woodland Park. And I will really try to refrain by taking this past 5 minutes, but this is not the most favorite thing that I like to do, is to come in front of city council and talk about my husband. So, but I do want to address some things that have been flying around and just put some clarity to some things that's been talked about with Jim Path. So I'm a little nervous, but I'll get this out. First of all, the Heritage Foundation did not send Jim Path here as a plant, okay? He's not a plant from the Heritage Foundation, so I just want to clear that up. That's the first thing. We did go to the Heritage Foundation, and we were a part of the Heritage Foundation as other things, as far as dinner parties and things like that, when we lived in DC some time ago. But other than that, Jim is not a plant from the Heritage Foundation. So mark that off your list, okay? The second thing is, we still reside here in Woodland Park. And our plans have always been to purchase a home. We brought our RV from Indiana, which is my hometown, born and raised, where all my family is. And we were staying in our RV until we found the perfect house. And there's nothing against the law with having 2 houses in 2 different states. And by the way, we love Colorado. And it was hard to pull me away from Indiana because I love Indiana. But I love Colorado so much that I wanted a second home here. So I want to make that clear too. The third thing is, we do own a home in Indiana. Now this home that's just been kind of put out there has been my family homestead since 1940, okay? This has been passed down from generation to generation. And all my family live and reside in Bloomington, Indiana. But I moved out here to Woodland Park because Jim and I used to drive through here, and I loved this little town. And I thought it was a beautiful town with Pikes Peak, and we would often stop when Starbucks was up there on the corner, and we'd get a Starbucks, you know, where that one coffee shop is now. I can't remember the name of it because I'm nervous. But anyways, at any rate, I just want to make it clear that that home has been in my family since 1940. Number 4, we closed down Fit Nutrition because of COVID. If COVID didn't hit this community, I would say that we would have been doing pretty good. When I first arrived in this community, one of the first things that I did was go to Parks and Recreation, because my background from Indiana University is recreation. It's physical education, it's gymnastics, it's all that. I love nutrition, I love all that stuff. And so I went in to Parks and Recreation, and I was willing to teach classes for Parks and Recreation, to teach Pilates or anything they wanted in the park, and then COVID hit. So we had every full intention of making sure that this business was going to be a vital business in this community. We have been fortunate. We've had one person kind enough. We did close Fit Nutrition down, unfortunately, but it is due to COVID. So I want to make that clear. But we have had a business owner that loves us and loves the fact that we're in this community, who has approached us and said, we really want you to stay. We really want you to be a part of this community. And we want to make sure you have Fit Nutrition here, because they saw the value in Jim and I's participation in this community. Number 5, like many in Woodland Park, residing in Woodland Park, from many destinations, you hear them standing up at this podium. They chose to live here because they love Woodland Park. That's why Jim and I chose to live here, because we loved Woodland Park, okay? So, and then I witnessed firsthand when Jim and I first moved here, and we were starting to get involved in Woodland Park, and we've been in Colorado for quite a few years. So I want to also make that clear. We didn't just arrive in Woodland Park and start living here. We've been in Colorado. I witnessed firsthand many people asking Jim, because Jim has spent his life as a public servant. He has served our nation. He has served our state. He has served our local community here. He is an honorable man. And I wanted to put that out there too, because he cares about Woodland Park. He cares about the state of Colorado, and he cared about our capital, about Washington, D.C. So, and he's done that for 30 years. And I don't want that to be misunderstood. I witnessed firsthand many asking him locally here to run for city council because of the 30 years of federal, state, and local government experience that he had. Jim is a public servant. His heart was in the right place. So I think, just to kind of wrap it up a little bit and just kind of, let you know just a little bit more about me, is I come from a world-renowned racing family. And I was going to get my family to come out here. They know everybody, all NASCAR, everybody. My cousin is a 22 world champion with sprint car racing. I was hoping we could get a little Pikes Peak fun going. Maybe we could get Jeff Gordon out here. These are the kind of things that I was thinking about. And not only that, I created a maternity home in Bloomington, Indiana to house 12 pregnant girls. I took the president of Indiana University's home that was built in 1895 on College Avenue, and I turned it into a home for 12 pregnant girls. And I built a 4,000 square foot pregnancy center and raised millions of dollars to make sure that young women and families and all these people that are out there and struggling in life have a place to lay their head. And I wanted to be involved in this community in that way too. I wanted to be involved with the recreation. I wanted to be involved with choices, whatever, however we can serve. And so there's many things that I felt like that Jim and I could offer to this community. And we didn't really get a chance because there was so much rancor. And so I just wanted to come tonight and just kind of share you know, that, no, one more thing I want to say. I have followed Andrew Walmack for 30 years. 30 years I've followed that man. He is a good, honorable man. And I love the fact that Karis was in this community. And I think there's many people that move into this community from Karis. And I remember when I first got here, people were saying, we don't want them here. And I was like, I stood up for Andrew. I stood up for Karis Bible College. And so I want to see Woodland Park come together. And I want us to encourage one another, which the word encourage, if you look it up, it means to put courage in. Let's put courage in each other. Let's build each other up. So, you know,
Myra, I hate to
that's
interrupt
it.
you, but I
That's
didn't.
okay.
Okay.
I'm done.
Thank
And
you very
I think I got
much.
it out, and I didn't think I'd be able to.
You
but
did a
I
good
wanna-
job.
I want each and every one of you to know that I appreciate you, and I really love you, and I wish the best for Woodland Park. And this is one of the first ladies that I met, and I just want this place to do really well. Both Jim and I do. So thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next for public comment is Michael Dalton.
I got me a stopwatch too. I guess we elected the wrong path because all I've seen is division as soon as Paff got on council, and his wife says that they want to bring unity. But I guess the words of someone who's been in this community for a long time, not my words, the great Mayor Levy's wife there, Paula Levy. Funny thing is, I always judge a man by his wife. And when you met Paula, you knew we elected the wrong Levy at the time, no matter what. We always try to get Paula to be mayor. This has been a great example of how divided city council is. Y'all can't even agree on the rules to interview people. You don't even know how it works. You had to ask like 3 times what was going to happen if there was a tie. That's terrible, man. Read the rules before you come to council. You wasted half our time. And by the way, I get 5 minutes whether you like it or not, because that's what the Constitution says, not because of what you say. And we won't hurry because your wife wasted our time talking nonsense about you. Did y'all know that Mr. Paff has a lien in Indiana against him? A tax lien? Did you leave the great state of Indiana running from your taxes?
Mr. Dalton.
This is true. This is facts.
is
Oh,
not
he's
the
not
place to attack
protected. He's an
council.
elected official. And by the way, I'm going to take 5 minutes every council at every public hearing,
That's great.
and I will bring more information about Mr. Paff anytime. You can't mute me, right? You can't mute me. But go ahead. What would you like? What would you like? I've only been going for a minute and a half.
Take a breath. Just take a breath.
Oh, no, I don't need to breathe.
Tone it down.
I don't
And
need to tone
remember,
it down. I'm
podium-
fired up and passionate because you guys are ruining our town. Don't tell me to calm down, lady. It is my public right. I can cuss, swear, damn, all I want about you public officials.
You can.
That is my right.
And we can also ask Mr. LeBrand to remove.
And
you
he
from-
won't. And I'll sue the city. I'll sue the city for taking my public speech and my freedom of speech away. So go ahead. I'm still under your 5 minutes.
You are.
Yeah, sweet.
Keep going.
So, Paff, I'll be here every week with more information about you and your lovely wife since she threw herself in. We ain't gonna let you come bully this town. You don't get to move in and bully this town. You wanna drop Jeff Gordon's name. I dare Jeff Gordon to come take on the great Clint Vaschultz, who has won that mountain more times than you know. He's a local, by the way. We don't need NASCAR drivers here to promote Pikes Peak. You couldn't even get Jeff Gordon. He'd get smoked. That's all I know. I know because I live here. I watch it. I watch the racers coming from around the country dropping names. Your husband hasn't done anything but brought division, honey. That's all I know. We see it every week.
Just be careful with the puppy. Your skin.
Oh, the puppy. This puppy's more qualified than that man to be on council. Are you still homeless? Are you staying at the campsite? I just wondered. You know, how many people is it going to take Paula Levy, Tony Perry, president of Parks Tape, Michael Dalton, The Underground. I see David Buttery in here who's gone toe to toe with, and that man's got more time and effort in this city than all of you combined. So again, you can sit up there and act stupid because you don't know how things run. You can interject and bully all you want. You can break the rules right in front of your mayor as she asks, hey, do you know how to follow Robert's rules? None of you followed today. That's what was beautiful. You proved my point live on the television, and people have been texting me all night about it. Am I still under 5?
You just timed it perfectly to end.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem. But do we call you mayor now?
Nope.
Not
Just
yet?
pro tem.
Not yet. Soon enough.
Mayor Pro Tem LeBar, we do have one hand up. I
I
don't
see
know if
that.
you're willing to take.
I see it. Is it this week in Teller?
Yes.
I thought Eugene was going to speak.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Oh.
did you say this man here was going to speak when the time was?
He just had a question on a sidebar. So, thank you. We have someone who's representing This Week in Teller who had their hand up, and I have allowed you to enter the meeting, and if you'll unmute yourself. And this is for items not on the agenda. They just disappeared from my screen.
Okay.
So looks like we are now moving on. And we are at number 9, public hearings. And we are at 9A.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm just looking to see if Pepe Serrano is, yes. Okay, can you let Pepe in too? Okay, so tonight we have a public hearing on the restaurant called Serrano's Food Court, which is located at 1079 East US Highway 24, Woodland Park. This, for your location whereabouts, is in the Safeway Shopping Center. So Pepe Serrano has applied for a liquor license, a hotel and restaurant license, so he can serve beer, wine, and cocktails. He has a current sales tax number, a current FEIN number. He submitted a petition signed by 31 local residents and/or business owners stating that his business is desirable and necessary and meets the requirements of the neighborhood. The location is eligible to be licensed, and possession of the property is documented by a lease expiring in 2024. The factual findings of this case are that the application was submitted on March 2nd. The subject property was posted on March 29th. Public notice was published on the city's website, March 29th as well. The character of this applicant is not an issue for this hearing, and all applicable fees have been paid. So as I said, Pepe is here with us waiting patiently this evening. If council has any questions for him, my recommendation is following the public hearing that we approve the application from Serrano's Food Court for a new hotel and restaurant liquor license.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I do have a comment I need to make. I
Sure.
need to share with council that the applicant did leave me a voicemail this morning, not disclosing why he was calling. I did call him back. It turned out he had a question about whether or not it was required to be present for this. I let him know it wasn't, but that it would probably be helpful to provide that information, to do it through the city clerk, and she would provide the information to council. I then did offer to him to have Suzanne get in touch with him to answer any other questions. We did not discuss the merits of his application whatsoever, but I still do want to disclose that I did have somewhat of a discussion with this applicant regarding this issue on the agenda tonight. So if council has any questions or concerns about me voting on this, please let me know.
Council, any issues?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Serrano, if you would like to take a few minutes to introduce yourself, we'd appreciate that.
I don't know if you guys can hear me.
We can.
Thank you, everybody. I've been neighbor in Woodland Park for, I guess, already 12 years. I have a business on 730 East Highway 24 for maybe another 10 years, maybe 8. Unfortunately, my landlord put her building up for sale, and I have to run my food trucks. I run my food truck for a year and a half until this new location up on the shopping center on Safeway. Well, I opened my business on a hurry when these guys from the Charles Bible College has to move out of the country because they don't have a visa for a student. The student visa wasn't approved anymore. So I have to move in on October. I have no plans to open a restaurant again. Thanks God, a lot of people from the town throw me money to reopen my business. Well, I tried to apply for my liquor license on March. I have the money, but the pandemic hurt us terrible, right? Well, with that being happening, I've been running my restaurant by myself with one server, doing a lot of stuff, cleaning, serving, prepping. And well, it's been very rough for me, and I'm very sure many other businesses in town. So I hope I can get approved from every one of you guys. I guess I've been well known on town. I have people who like me, people who doesn't like me, but well, I need to have more revenue from my business. My business is really dying. I mean, business is really, really hurt. We have terrible sales that you guys can review from March, April, May, June, finally start getting better, but still it's not enough. So I believe the liquor can help me to have more revenue. And also, this is a comment. I know many of you guys probably are very well known business on town. My business specifically on this time, on the circumstance that we are of the pandemic, taking 3 months to get a liquor license approved, guys, it's a very specific circumstance waiting 3 months to get approved or not. I'm just talking about on this specific circumstance that we are. Because I mean, if I had my liquor license probably a month ago or 3 months ago, who knows? I hope on this meeting you guys can speed up right now permissions or permits to get easy access to licenses. I don't know any other type of license, but a liquor license 3 months. I don't know if you guys can do something about it. But well, this is who I am. I hope I can get approved, guys. And if it's anything I can do, I'm always happy to help people in our community because I left my country and I feel very well fit on our beloved city of Woodland Park.
Thank you, Mr. Serrano. Council members, does anyone have any questions? Mr. Serrano? No? All right.
Mayor Pro Tem, one thing I'd
Yeah.
like to mention, just so council is aware and knows this, the exciting thing for Pepe is that Pepe is able to apply for this liquor license with no charge from the state as a result of some of the COVID dollars and Senate Bill number 20B-001 that was passed that is allowing hotel and liquor licenses to be applied for free, including renewals. So we have some other businesses in town also that are reaping the benefits of that. So
excellent.
That's a nice benefit to Pepe. And I just want you all to
Yeah.
know how that's come about.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
No, we need public
Oh,
comments.
right. I do this every
Sorry.
time.
Only
I do it
Michael's the one
every
that
single
reminded me.
time. So, and I also see we have a hand up online.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And so I think Mr. Dalton wants to talk.
Right, I'm going to allow 2 minutes.
for the public.
I've known Pepe a long time. Pepe's a customer of mine, and I'm a customer of his. He is a great addition to this town, and we spoke about this weeks ago when this date was coming up, and I said I would definitely stand up and make a comment on his behalf. I don't think anybody needs introduction into the best Mexican food in town, and that comes from Pepe. He's always been here. He's fed our firefighters during the fire with his food truck. He has volunteered his time many, many times feeding local emergency workers during times in this pandemic. And so just because there's not a lot of people in here that may know Pepe as well as I do, I definitely wanted to stand up and put it on the record that this is a great man in this community, and he makes a great seafood burrito, chimichanga, if you like that. And we can't wait to have margaritas at his place. Hopefully y'all could approve that. We could get a variance maybe to have a margarita there tonight.
No, we can't.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, council, can I get a motion? Oh, actually, I need to find, oh, I see the hand is gone. Do you see the hand is gone, Suzanne?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Council, can I get a motion for approval?
I move that we, I move that we approve, for the approval of new hotel and restaurant liquor license for Serrano's Food Court LLC DBA Serrano's located at 1079 East US Highway 24, Woodland Park, Colorado.
Second.
Thank you. Zulawaga,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
and Path.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Pepe.
Thank you, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I contact Stephanie because she's been interacting a lot with my business. She helped me a lot on the PPP loans, and thanks so much. I didn't want to compromise anybody. Just I thought was a friendly question for her.
perfectly
So
fine.
thank you, guys.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Have a good night, everybody.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Good night.
So
Thank you,
may-
Michael. Thank you, everybody.
I just wanted to apologize. I went out of order.
I noticed.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Way to go.
I did Pepe before Alta, and I apologize for
That's
that. Is that what you wanted to
Yeah.
say, Councilmember Neal? Okay, I'm sorry. The next item on the agenda is a liquor license for Alta. We did one a few months ago, council may recall, for the other Alta in town. And so this is to conduct a public hearing for a new fermented malt beverage license. So Alta is applying to be able to sell beer at the gas station. The applicant is CF Altitude. The LLC has a current sales tax license and FEIN number. The applicant submitted a petition signed by 29 local residents and/or business owners stating that the business is desirable and necessary and meets the requirements of the neighborhood. In addition to those 29 signatures, the applicant contacted me today that they received some more signatures. So there's additional ones in addition to the 29. The location is eligible to be licensed and proof of possession of the premises has been received. The application was submitted on March 1st. The public notice was posted on March 29th on the city's website. Character of the applicant is not an issue for this hearing, and all applicable fees have been paid. Now, earlier this evening, I saw the applicant online. They were under, the petitioners were here under Liquor Pros. I don't know if they're still on here. If anyone from Alta is still on Zoom, can you let us know? And it's not required that they be here.
They're Jim Pickett and Richard Spesser are both here.
Okay.
So, all right, I'm going to go with Jim Pickett. He raised his hand first, and I'm going to allow him into the meeting. And if he would just like to speak briefly about who he is. And if there are any questions from council, you are, let's see. Mute. Okay.
It's one of the new requirements is serving in that chair.
Okay, you should be able to speak. Yes.
Okay.
We could hear you. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, good.
Okay.
So if there's anything you'd just like to let council know, and then if there are any questions from council.
I know that Rich Spresser, the president of the company, was the main person to speak.
Okay. If you'd like, I can let him in instead, if you'd prefer.
I believe he would prefer that.
All right. I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Keeps bouncing back. Okay, Mr. Spresser,
I think am I on now?
you are.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, again, as Jim said, my name is Rich Spresser. I'm the president of Alta Convenience. And just to tell you a little bit about us, we operate 107 stores in 4 states. And tonight we are asking for the approval of a fermented malt beverage off-premise license. We currently have something like 91 licenses that we have throughout our company. And we do operate in a highly regulated industry, whether it's through cigarettes or through alcohol, or even through selling gasoline products. So we feel like we're qualified for the license. And just to give you a little bit of an idea, all of our employees go through a couple of levels of training, the state-sponsored alcohol management training, and then what we refer to as CBT training, computer-based training, that we also have all of our employees go through. And I guess I'll end that by saying that we do have a no tolerance policy for anybody who sells to underage, whether it be alcohol, beer, cigarettes, or anything like that. So we take it very seriously. But with that said, it's also become a very important part of our business model to be able to sell strong beer in our convenience stores.
Thank you for that information. We appreciate it. Council, are there any questions? Seeing none, is there any audience members that have any questions? I don't see any in chambers. I do not see any hands raised. Can I get a motion for approval of a new fermented malt beverage?
Okay, I make a motion that we approve a new fermented malt beverage off-premise liquor license for CF Altitude LLC DBA Alta number 6106, located at 2421 East Highway 24, Woodland Park, Colorado.
I second.
I'm sorry, who seconded? Thank you. Lord, this is my mouse. Labar,
yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Pat,
Yes.
Zuluaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Mr. Pickett and Mr. Spresser, thank you very much for waiting this long.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're going to move on to 9D. I think I'm right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to bring to your attention the time, because you know,
Almost 11.
right before 11, we do have to take a vote. So I don't know at what point you want to do that.
Is everyone comfortable just voting now?
Yeah, we
Continue
can do
past
that.
11 to 11:30, is it?
It's a time certain that you get to decide.
Oh, really?
And then you can extend that as well.
Oh, we'll do 11:30 and see what happens from there.
I would like us to take a 5-minute break between whenever it's comfortable around 11-ish.
Okay, we'll try to get the public out of here and then we'll take that break.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So can I have a motion to extend?
I move that we extend the meeting till 11:30 p.m.
I'll second.
Okay, let me take a quick vote. Neil,
Yes.
Pat,
Yes.
Zuluaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Now we don't have to cut you off.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Item 9D,
Yay, this is to approve ordinance 1394, series 2021, to vacate the common lot line and easement between lots 1 and 2, Paradise of Colorado, filing 4, with an address of 321 and 331 Thunder Ridge Drive, as requested by Mark II LLC, Mark McNabb, who is on Zoom tonight, and North Peak Properties LLC, the property owner in the suburban residential zone district. Actually, the property owner here again is Mark McNabb. So the property did change hands between the first reading and this reading. So the new property owner on the agenda call should be Mark McNabb. I apologize for that. This is all in the suburban zone district, the SR zone, and it is a quasi-judicial case. So as for my presentation, you can see that the site is in the eastern half of the city, in Paradise, Colorado. And this is a very quick snapshot of the lot line, the two lots as they exist. This is Regal Way here on the west boundary, and Thunder Ridge as it comes in to access lot 1 and ultimately lot 2. And the applicant is proposing to remove the lot line between lot 1 and 2 and the 5-foot easement on either side of lot 1 and 2. Staff does recommend approval, finding that there is no impact from this removal and that the applicant simply wants to build one house over the center of the lot. So staff's recommendation is to approve ordinance 1394, 2021, based on the findings contained in the staff report and as presented at public hearings. And also Mark McNabb is on Zoom, as is his co-worker, Diana. So they are available to answer any questions, as am I. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions? All right, excellent. Can I get a motion then? to approve?
I move that we approve.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment.
Oh, public comment,
hearing.
sorry.
Public comment.
It's open the
Every time.
I'm
It's gonna
part of the
happen every
public
time.
too.
Every time. It's
Sorry.
like a,
That's my job, though.
it's a loop I cannot get past. No. I don't see any public comment in the audience. I do not see any hands raised.
So I move that we approve ordinance number 1394, series 2021, to vacate the common lot line and easement between lots 1 and 2, Paradise of Colorado, filing number 4, 321 and 331 Thunder Ridge Drive, as requested by Mark II LLC, Mark McNabb applicant, and North Peak Properties LLC property owner in the suburban residential zone.
I think we just want to correct that it is Mark McNabb as property owner.
Yes, that is correct.
Oh, well, Mark McNabb is property owner and North Peak Properties is property owner. I mean, that is not the case. Okay.
No.
So strike
Correct. It
that.
was an accident.
So Mark McNabb is property owner in the suburban residential zone.
I'll second.
Thank you. Paf,
Yes.
Zuluaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neil.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Laura, you're going to present E also.
Item 9E tonight is the Dixon subdivision final plat, city council public hearing, April 15, 2021. It is an item to consider a subdivision by Julie and Joseph Watson, who are the property owners. And Julie Watson is here tonight in person in the audience at 1247 Mountain Meadows Drive. It is lot currently as it exists, described as Lot 2R, Watson subdivision exemption plat. It is in the suburban residential zone district, and this is a quasi-judicial item. So the vicinity of this property is in the northwest quadrant of the city of Woodland Park. This shows you exactly where it is and some of the surrounding characteristics of the neighborhood. So here is Highway 67. The site is indicated in yellow, and here's Trout Creek to the northwest. And to the north is the golf course, further north from this site. So you can see that this site is primarily almost 100% surrounded by single-family residential lots, mostly with improved homes on those lots. This is a close-up showing Lot 2R in yellow here, and showing you the surrounding homes as they exist, as well as some of the surrounding properties. Of note is the Teller County in holdings in this neighborhood. So the Characteristics of the site. This is the driveway going into the existing house. Here's the house that exists on lot 2R. This is the driveway that comes into it, and this is the vacant lot that they will be creating. And this is kind of what it looks like right now. Not very many trees, fairly flat. And then as you go down Mountain Meadows to the intersection with Wildflower.
Windflower.
This is the intersection of Windflower and Mountain Meadows, and we're looking northeast over the site. This is the new lot that they are creating, and that's the existing house as it exists. This is the official community comprehensive plan, the 2010 comprehensive plan. The star is the site that we are talking about today, and the dark yellow is an indication that the future in 2010 for this area is single-family residential. So the subdivision does comply with the comprehensive plan as it currently exists. This is the zoning map for the area. Again, the star indicates the site that we're talking about. The pale yellow is the zoning. The entire neighborhood is zoned suburban residential SR. So it is entirely a single-family residential zone district. The purple around it is PUD. This is the Stone Ridge PUD down here, which again is residential, primarily residential. And then to the north is the golf course, Shining Mountain PUD. This is a copy of the draft plat that was submitted with the staff report, and it shows where the two lots are proposed to be divided. The lot 1 with the existing house is a little bit over 1 acre, and lot 2 is just a little bit under at 0.85 acres. And this is the lot that Mr. Dixon, who is in the audience as well tonight, is proposing to purchase. This is a good graphic that shows you where the sewer main that needs to be extended will come from. So there is this easement from the north with an existing main in there. And the applicant, Mr. Dixon, who is purchasing lot 2, will be extending that main along this existing easement through lot 3R, which is owned by Mrs. Jacobs. He will be extending it about 205 feet approximately to the boundary of lot 2R. And then from there, he will connect a service line to that sewer main to provide sewage disposal service to the proposed lot 2. So the sewer main extension was a requirement of this proposed subdivision. So staff did a complete review of this subdivision. We looked at Title 17 in our municipal code. 17.24 discusses the final plat requirements, the drawing that has to be produced, the information that has to be on the drawing, and those types of issues as far as the plat production. 1728 discusses the improvement guarantee. The improvement guarantee is for the sewer main extension. The municipal code requires that guarantee be 150% of the installation of the sewer main. 1740 of the municipal code are all of the design standards that we look at whenever we have an application for a subdivision. It deals with things like what the site characteristics are, and if there are any encumbrances to the determination of lots, lot boundaries, the lot sizes, easements that have to go in the lot, and those types of design standards. And finally, 1744 discusses improvements, and there is an improvement that is required with this subdivision, and that is the sewer main extension. So staff does find compliance with all of the regulations that are applicable to this one lot subdivision. We did refer this plat to the city departments for their review and comment, and to external agencies for any comment from them. We also posted the site with a poster for the Planning Commission public hearing and for tonight's public hearing. We sent out letters to everyone adjacent, everyone within 150 feet of the perimeter of the site. We also published all public hearings in the Pikes Peak Courier. We received no written concerns from this posting from our public notice process, and the applicant has been very amenable to making corrections pursuant to staff's suggestions. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Board typically requires a fee in lieu of land dedication when no land dedication is being proposed or is feasible. And that is the case here. And the applicant has already submitted the park capital fee in the amount of $2,133. The Planning Commission on April 8, 2021 did case and did have a public hearing. All of the planning commissioners voted in favor and recommends that city council approve the subdivision.
Thank you.
Subject to submittal of the subdivision development agreement, which a draft was included in your packet, and the submittal of the guarantee to 150% of the installation cost of that sewer main. The applicant has submitted a letter of credit for 150%. And the other condition was the submittal of the park capital fee, and the applicant has already submitted that park capital fee. So staff has two recommendations. We separate out the plat from the subdivision development agreement. The first one, staff is recommending approval of the Dixon subdivision, a minor subdivision of lot 2R Watson subdivision exemption plat, based on the findings of conformance to the subdivision and zoning regulations as described in the staff report and as presented at public hearings. And motion number 2 is accept the subdivision development agreement with the 150% guarantee, which is a letter of credit in the amount of $57,900 for the sewer main extension. That concludes my staff report. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Dixon and Ms. Watson are here and are available to answer any questions, as am I.
Excellent. If either of you two or both of you would like to come up, if you have anything you'd like to say, you're welcome to.
Good evening. My name is Rob Dixon, and I thank you all for your service to our city. This is a long night. We do this every week. My hat's off to everyone. Are there any questions for me?
Council, are there any questions or comments?
No, sir.
Rob, do you have a timeline on your project?
Yes. We have 1 year to accomplish. We have 1 year to accomplish that sewer main, and I already have an engineer that is going to design it. And we're going to go immediately into the design and construction of the sewer main, and then the Watsons will sell me the land, and I will immediately start to design the home. And so I say within a year, we'll have a home on that lot.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any further questions?
I just had a comment. I wanted to commend you both for sticking it in there with us for the last, going on 4 hours now. I mean, we all signed up for this, but you didn't. So you have sat there so extremely patiently, and really just wanted to thank you for that and know that we appreciate that and recognize it.
I'm just trying to sell my sinking. Sorry, I'm just trying to sell my sinking land.
We've gone through a lot to get this. Kip Wiley has worked with us, Laura has worked with us, the bank has worked with, so it's been a challenge, but we're close.
We really do need a better mechanism for neighbors to meet. Because my wife and I have walked past your property at least 100 times because that's the route we take on our daily walk, and we've never met. So I'm Rusty. I live up on Masters, and we walk by your house all the time.
I've lived there for 8 years.
So final comment, Godspeed and drain the Blackwater.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. I do not see anyone in the audience who has any questions or comments, and I do not see any hands raised online. Can you put both motions back up there more?
That was my request. Yeah.
Yep. So I will move that we approve Dixon subdivision, a minor subdivision of lot 2R, Watson subdivision exemption plat based on findings of conformance to the subdivision and zoning regulations as described in the staff report and as presented at public hearings. Do you want me to take these all together, Suzanne? You can. Okay. And I also move that we accept the subdivision development agreement and 150% guarantee letter of credit for $57,900 for the sewer main extension.
I'll second that one as a neighbor.
Thank you. Zuluaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes, and thank you to you both.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Pav.
Yes.
Thank you. Both motions carry 6-0.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem. I just need 2 minutes.
Sure. Chip, we're gonna just grind it out with
But I
you.
need them.
We're gonna go ahead and take 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Sorry. So the naming is still, motion to move to next time, or do you want to try to finish it out?
Yeah, let's move it.
Yeah.
I'm over it.
For Neil took the last one. We have cold pizza upstairs.
Hey, Stephanie, are you gonna eat both of those?
We do have a pizza party after this upstairs.
Cold pizza
You
party?
can
Do we have
just
any hot
start anytime.
Budweisers?
I'm
No, but
listening.
we can heat the pizza up.
Approved. Next.
Thank you, Steph.
Okay, Kip.
I'll be brief. Before council is ordinance 1393, adjusting municipal code section 1308, water rates. I'm pleased to present ordinance 1393
Okay.
to forego the annual adjustment of a 1.95%.
37.
It's very exciting. We haven't done this since never.
That's the truth.
Rates were adjusted. The last time we had a real rate adjustment was in 2010. That was 13.7%. At that time, it was said when the water fund was in a stable financial position, we would look at a reduction. In this case, it's not a reduction, it's not an increase as we do every year based on consumer price index. So staff recommends approval after the public hearing for ordinance 1393 to forego a 1.95% increase in water rates.
Excellent. Council, any questions, comments? Seeing none, did you want to? I saw it.
Just thank you for hanging out.
He doesn't have a choice.
Yeah, you know, too. Like neither do you, right?
So loud.
I don't know.
The microphones sound weird, Rob.
Thank you. That's better.
And now that we're down to the last but not least, I know to say there's no public comment from the audience because the audience is drained except for our
Well,
fast fans,
Wait,
Don
you
Giselle.
told me you were going to complain about this. Yeah.
Yes. And I don't see any hands raised online.
So I move that we approve ordinance number 1393, series 2021, reading, excuse me, amending chapter 13.08 of the municipal code establishing water rates for the year 2021.
Second.
Okay, got it. Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zuluaga.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Kip. Good job. We appreciate you and your crew.
Thanks, Kim.
So can I make a motion to lay over resolution 874? I don't know that we've done that formally yet.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask council if you all were comfortable, unless you have something critical to report, that we could table reports to next council meeting. And then we still have additions, deletions, corrections, and consent calendar to tackle quickly. And then Suzanne wanted just 5 minutes if she could to do a 874, but if council concedes that we want to just move that to next agenda, we can as well.
Oh, may I say?
Is 5 minutes sufficient?
Well, it's your discussion. The reason let me tell you why I would like to do it tonight. It's time sensitive. There's Sherry Carr would like to hold an event in Mayor Carr's name and perhaps name something after him. We need to have this policy approved so she or whoever on her behalf can go through the application process to get that approved. This event is scheduled for June 6th, so we'd have to go through a little application process and
Oh, okay.
it's a little time sensitive.
Sure.
Which means your presentation's over, right?
That actually was my
Basically, yeah,
presentation.
yeah. I only have one other thing I would like us to include, whether it's in reports or whatever, and that is the rescinding of our emergency order for Woodland Park.
We're going to put that on the next agenda.
Okay,
Just so that public has notice.
Okay.
Because I would love to just do it this evening, but I
Right.
think it's fair that we give notice.
I just wanted to talk about it to say, hey, can we get it on there? That was all. So fine.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Okay.
Okay, good,
Done.
good, done. That was
Go,
quick.
Suzanne. Okay, so let's circle, first of all, consent to move any council reports to next agenda. Should you have any reports this evening that you'd like to share? Can I
Yes.
get consent?
Yeah,
Yes.
I move that we do that.
Just
Okay.
to spam.
Yep.
It's like, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Suzanne, do we need a vote for that or can we?
No.
No.
Good, okay. So then we just need to wrap up item number 4.
And number
10A.
5.
10A.
Oh, I'm sorry. We can do 10A first. If
Okay,
you want.
whatever.
Yep, let's do it.
Okay.
Well, then I
Do
move
it.
that we approve resolution number 874, series 2021, a resolution establishing the naming and memorial committee.
Is there any discussion by council? Oh, we have some.
Just quickly, I see that there's very specific people who have been assigned to that committee. And so has somebody on council already, I know you're going to be part of that, pro tem.
Am I?
But is there,
Oh,
there's
okay.
a council person as well. Has somebody said they want to be that, do that, or we figure that out later?
First, we need this to be approved, and then I would put it out there and see who is interested and have council
Fine.
approve that person.
And Mayor Carr's example was for a full-time mayor, so we're going to allow Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre to be part of this.
Second.
Somebody second that?
Thanks. So,
Sorry.
no, it's fine.
Second?
And I
So
see-
Yeah,
is my
second. That's
motion-
fine. Your motion's
do I
fine.
need to
and
I
second.
do
remake
think
it?
Councilmember Alfieri had a question.
Oh,
or
sorry.
comment.
Oh, sorry.
Not a question, just a comment, and I just want to explain briefly why I'm not supporting this. I typically have to be just against establishing any additional government committees or boards or things like that. Quite honestly, the purpose of this naming and memorial committee, I hope that honestly, we never have a situation where we need a committee like this ever again. So the idea of creating yet another government group for something in the future that I hope never occurs is simply why I can't support this resolution.
Thank you.
And I do also want to weigh in on this
Sure.
one because I had similar worries about another body. What would our options be, Jeff, if we did not have this resolution? Could city council be the body that provides the naming, or what are some of the other options? Or maybe Suzanne can talk about it. You've done a lot of work behind it, I know, and I hate cutting your legs out here in public.
You're
It's
not
just-
cutting my legs out.
Okay.
Is it okay? Are you okay if I respond a
Yeah,
little bit,
absolutely.
Jeff? What I did was a lot of, like you said, Councilmember Neal, a lot of research amongst different municipalities that all have naming policies. And the committee would just bring the recommendation to council. Council would have to vote on it anyhow. It ends up being a council decision, but the committee would review the application, make sure it was a suitable recommendation, that kind of thing. The other option is, and Michael can speak to this, if we didn't do it that way, the burden would fall on the staff. And I know Michael has a nice way of talking about this.
Oh, yeah, it's real simple. We would prefer it be in the hands of
Well,
the folks who are elected by the public and are accountable to the public. And in the interest of transparency and being more responsive, a group of folks like yourselves.
And remember, it's only a resolution, it's not an ordinance.
Right.
So it's something that can be changed anytime.
Yeah, and just for the record, that's why I'm supporting it, because it is a mere resolution. It doesn't create an ongoing thing.
Right.
And I think also it gives Sherry Carr a bit of ability to have some work and say behind this, which I think is appropriate in my mind. So that's why I didn't have a problem with it as it is. But I do understand the concerns. I don't disdain them.
I would just say that these are the public's assets. This is the assets of the citizens. And so I think it's absolutely appropriate that they're involved, or at least a subset of them are involved in making these kinds of decisions, making those recommendations to the council. So I don't see it as a level of government. I see it as involvement of the citizens in the assets that they own. So that's why I support it.
What I liked about this is that it puts a cooling off period, because we had some suggestions. So we've lost a couple of key officials in our community in the last short period of time. But what this resolution does is it puts a 2-year period in there. You can't just rush into this. And I like that because I came from a community where we had a governor decide because we lost one of our military people, they were going to immediately change the name of a longstanding mountain. And it was like, what? It was, I mean, yes, we grieved the loss of this young gal who died for our country, but it totally upset the community that you had something that for many, many, many years was a landmark, and then they changed the name of it, and people were like, it was out of sync. So I like the fact that this slows that down a little bit.
I just need to correct one statement, Councilmember Zuluaga. So the 2-year period is if we're going to name a facility after somebody. So for instance, if we were going to take City Hall and we were going to name it the Robert Zuluaga City Hall,
Please don't.
the memorials which have come before the city for Mayor Levy and Mayor Carr are considered memorials. Those do not have a 2-year period. You can see there's the facility naming policy, which is a much bigger deal rather than the 2 other requests that we have that we will be bringing to council are to name a possible something in the city park and then a baseball field.
Right.
And so we're not naming Meadowwood Park after a mayor, we're just naming the field. So those are considered memorials, and those don't have a 2-year waiting period like a facility naming would, because a facility naming is a huge deal.
So I have to correct myself. The committee is not citizens. I lied. So I'm not, I have to correct that. I lied.
So the committee,
reread.
I will say it for the record, so the citizens, anyone that's still awake and listening to this.
That would not be me.
The committee consists of the mayor or the mayor pro tem, a city council member, the city manager, the city clerk, and the Parks and Recreation Director, because most of the times that they're under her purview. And so we would just have to decide which council member would like to serve. We could add citizens if that's a desire of the council.
I think we move the resolution as is personally, so.
Any further comments or questions? Since we have a motion and a second, let's go ahead and call the vote.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zuluaga,
Yes.
and Alfieri.
No.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries 5-1. And we will put this out there to the citizens so they know the process and be bringing the applications to you. Thank you.
Excellent. Now we are going to move on back to number 4, additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda. Number 5, consent calendar. Okay. And Suzanne, I know you wanted to do a demo, but we're going to go ahead and move that to next agenda for the public's interest.
Correct. I was going to show individuals online in the audience how to find the timestamps, but we'll move that on.
And for discussion, I just want to throw out something I think Mayor Pro Tem and Labar and I both agreed on, is that just, minutes are good for just showing the things that happened rather than a regurgitation of certain things that can or cannot take a political nature, all of which can be adjudicated out online in the video, and particularly with the help of what Suzanne is going to be talking about next time. So I just want to emphasize that really is the purpose of minutes, is just to lay out actions taken. There might be some area for a little amended clarification of some sort, but I think trying to adjudicate all the political matters in the minutes is not useful. And I think what most legislative bodies have done for 248 years of this country's purpose is appropriate, particularly in this computer age we have, where we can throw out information that people can wade through on their own. So anyway, I just want to throw that out there since that was a discussion last time and try to put a cap on it
I agree.
here. So.
Thank you.
I agree.
And before I start with the minutes, I did make a commitment to bring back to council. Council had asked me to talk with Civic Clerk, excuse me, about transcription. And so I made a commitment that I would do that. I did have that conversation with Civic Clerk, and they can do a transcription for a sum. And it comes to anywhere, it depends whether you want a live person to do it, the computer to do it, which then sometimes that doesn't get everything. It comes from anywhere between 50 cents a minute to 90 cents a minute. So it would be anywhere. So if you're all smart people here, you can figure out how long this meeting's been and what the cost of that transcription would be.
So basically it'll be $50, right? Is that, no.
So I did want to I had promised that I would bring that back to council. So I wanted to just.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so on tonight's consent calendar, we have two sets of minutes. Council directed me to redo the March 18th minutes and do them as action minutes, adding the timestamps. So we have the March 18th regular council meeting minutes and the April 1st regular council meeting minutes. And we also have the March 2021 statement of expenditures.
Council, any questions, comments, concerns?
Do you need a motion to approve them?
Yep.
I make a motion to, did you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, I want to, in public, why I had voted no. I was the odd man out
Sure.
when we did this. And I got some feedback and it was not clear. I just didn't want to do the extra work of redoing the minutes over. I did support the actual format that we're moving to of the action minutes over, I just didn't want to go back to begin with this one thing. So that was why I was the opposing vote to the council, fellow council.
Way to go.
Actually support that we're doing the action minutes.
You just got a brownie
get to
point
live
from
with
that
it?
from Suzanne. I can
Well,
tell.
I was trying to save her some work.
And
All right, can I get a motion to approve a,
Robert.
I make a motion now to approve the March 18th, 2021 and April 1st, 2021 regular council meeting minutes.
I'll second it.
are we going to do the whole consent calendar?
yeah, we,
We can, yeah.
approve the whole consent calendar with
And
one
I
motion.
also make a motion to approve March 2021 statement of expenditures and authorize the mayor to sign warrants and payment thereof.
I'll second.
I think, Rusty, you seconded it already?
Did you beat me?
Yes.
Way to go.
Okay. Alfieri?
That too.
Alfieri?
Yes.
Case?
Yes.
Labar?
yes.
Neal?
Yes.
Path?
Yes.
Zulawaga?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much, council.
Thank you. Thanks, council, for a great meeting. We are adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.